Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Watchers, Nightmares at the Rest Area. I hadn't planned to stop at that rest area. The night air was already cool when I pulled off the highway, the sudden silence pressing against the car windows. No other cars in sight, no distant headlights, just the occasional rustle of dry leaves in the breeze and the low hum of a night insect or two. The rest area itself was a squat concrete slab surrounded by overgrown grass and a smattering of cracked picnic tables. A flickering streetlight leaned slightly, its glow slicing unevenly across the asphalt like a lazy spotlight. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, listening. The quiet was so complete it felt like a physical thing, wrapping around me, tightening just a little. That's when I noticed them. A cluster of figures, barely visible at first, lurking just beyond the edge of the trees that framed the rest area. They were standing in the shadows, motionless, their faces, if you could call them that, turned toward me with those strange, cold smiles. Not the kind that reached the eyes, but something thinner, sharper. My skin prickled. I blinked, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, or maybe my imagination. I'd been on the road too long. But then one of them shifted, just enough to make the moonlight catch the glint of a tooth. I swallowed hard. The smiles didn't fade, didn't flicker. They just stayed there, watching. It felt like a game I wasn't supposed to be part of. I opened the door and stepped out, the night air tasting like rust and damp earth. The rest area smelled faintly of gasoline and old pine needles, mixed with something less definable, something metallic and cold. I glanced at the vending machines. One blinked erratically, its display buzzing in and out of focus. The other was dark. I hesitated, then moved toward the lit one, the gravel crunching under my shoes. "Hey," I called softly, though I wasn't sure who I expected to answer. Silence. Complete silence. The shadows didn't stir. I could feel their eyes, invisible and heavy, drilling into my back. I pulled a crumpled dollar from my pocket and slid it into the machine. The buttons beeped, and a Coke can tumbled down with a clatter. I caught it, its cold condensation slick in my hand. I took a slow sip, trying to steady the tremor in my fingers. The group didn't move. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line again. There were at least 5 of them, maybe more. They looked like they were waiting for something, or someone. Their clothes were plain, nondescript jeans, jackets, hoodies, but their stillness made them feel like statues carved from cold stone. I wanted to leave. I wanted to slam the car door and speed away. But the moment I took a step back toward the car, a twig snapped somewhere to my left. Sharp. Sudden. My heart jumped. The group didn't flinch. Their smiles stayed fixed. They didn't make a sound, but I could swear their eyes had shifted, now tracking my every move with a slow, deliberate patience that was almost unbearable. I stopped, frozen. My breath came out in a shaky hiss, visible in the chill. The ground beneath me felt uneven, the gravel shifting underfoot. The moon had slipped behind a cloud, and darkness pulled around the edges of the rest area like ink spreading on paper. I told myself it was just a trick. Maybe a group of teenagers messing around, or a few night workers taking a break. But their silence was too complete, their gaze too focused, too heavy. I reached the car, hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. The lock clicked open, but I didn't get in right away. I glanced back once more, catching a glimpse of a figure stepping forward. Just one. The others stayed rooted, as if held by some invisible tether. The figure's smile was the same, thin and cold, but now it felt personal. I slid into the driver's seat, doors locked. My hands were slick on the steering wheel, heart thudding like it wanted to break free from my chest. The engine roared to life, filling the silence with something familiar and safe. I wanted to look away, to speed off without a backward glance. But curiosity tangled with fear, and I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror. The figure paused at the edge of the light, then melted back into the darkness. I didn't know what I was seeing. Didn't know if I was imagining it. But I knew one thing, leaving wouldn't be as simple as I thought. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that twisted like ghosts in the night. My grip tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles white, as a cold sweat prickled down my spine. Every instinct screamed at me to drive away, to put miles between myself and that fleeting silhouette. Yet, something deeper, something rooted in unresolved questions, anchored me in place. I took a deep breath, forcing my heart to slow, and glanced again at the rearview mirror. The darkness swallowed the figure completely this time, but the unease lingered, like the ghost of a warning whispered just beyond hearing. My mind raced, replaying every fragment of memory tied to that shape, every half-remembered conversation, every vague promise broken by silence. The engine's steady hum was a small comfort, but it couldn't drown out the rising storm inside me. Whatever had followed me here wasn't just a random shadow, it was a thread pulling at the edges of my carefully constructed life. And I realized with a sinking certainty that unraveling it would demand more than courage. It would demand truth. And truth, I feared, was the one thing I wasn't sure I was ready to face. The rest area sat behind me like a bruise under the cold wash of the moonlight, silent except for the soft hum of distant traffic that barely reached my ears. I told myself to breathe. In. Out. Slow. The engine's steady vibration was almost hypnotic, a small anchor in the sea of unease. But the knot in my stomach tightened. I glanced again at the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the empty road behind me, stretching into black like a promise of escape. I needed to know if I was losing my grip or if something truly waited out there. I opened the door quietly, the latch clicking softly in the still night. The air hit me sharp and damp, carrying the faint scent of wet asphalt mixed with pine needles from the surrounding trees. The rest area was deserted, no cars, no footsteps, only the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. I stepped out, boots crunching on gravel, and headed toward the edge of the parking lot where the shadows pooled thick and dark. I told myself to keep calm, to stay rational. I moved slowly, eyes scanning every patch of darkness. The overhead lights flickered, one sputtered and hissed before plunging a corner into deeper shadow. That flicker made me jump, but I forced my breath to even out. There was no reason for fear, not yet. Then I saw it, figures. A cluster of them, standing just beyond the trees at the far edge of the rest area. They didn't move. They didn't speak. Their eyes caught the light in that way that made my skin crawl, too still, too knowing. Cold smiles curved their lips without warmth, like a joke I wasn't supposed to understand. I froze, heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I wanted to call out, to ask what they wanted. Instead, I swallowed the lump lodged in my throat and took a step back toward the car. That's when the quiet started to unravel. From the shadows, a rustling, leaves shifting under slow, deliberate steps. The figures began to move, not running, not rushing, just closing in, measured and sure. The cold stretched into something else, an oppressive weight that pressed against my chest and slowed my breath. I ducked back inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The locks clicked into place with a reassuring firmness. I locked the car, checked the windows, all up and sealed. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel again. I tried to think. What did they want? Why here? Why now? I fumbled for my phone, heart threatening to burst through my ribs. The screen lit up, but the signal bar was empty. That little digital icon, usually so mundane, felt like a punch in the gut. No help was coming through this dead zone. I looked around, searching for something familiar, some clue, some pattern that might explain any of this. The rest area's sign was faded and cracked, the letters peeling like old scabs. There was a vending machine against the far wall, humming softly, its metal surface scratched and dented. A single soda can inside spun lazily on the turntable. I stared at it, absurdly grateful for the mundane normalcy. I tried the door again. Locked. I considered driving off immediately. But what if they were waiting for me? What if leaving now would draw their attention faster than staying still? My mind looped that question, and every answer made my chest tighten further. I glanced at the dashboard clock. 2:17 a.m. The night stretched endlessly ahead, heavy with silence and threats I couldn't name. I wanted to call someone, anyone, my sister, my best friend, but no signal meant no lifeline. I took a breath and forced myself to look back toward the shadows. The figures had spread out, no longer grouped, now standing at intervals like sentinels around the parking lot's perimeter. Their gazes didn't waver. The cold smiles never faded. It was like they were waiting for me to make the first move. My skin prickled with awareness. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. I tried to recall if I'd seen them before, any faces recognizable, any hint of normalcy. Nothing. Just those unsettling, static expressions. I realized then that I didn't just feel watched, I felt hunted. I started the engine and let the car idle. The vibration under my hands steadied me slightly. I needed a plan, but the way was blocked on all sides. I couldn't tell if the road back to the highway was clear or if someone waited there too. I reached for the glove compartment, fingers trembling. Inside, I found a crumpled map from earlier in the day, a half-empty pack of gum, and an old receipt from a gas station. Nothing useful, but oddly comforting in its familiarity. I chewed gum, trying to focus. The thought occurred to me, maybe they were trying to scare me. Or maybe this was some sort of twisted game. But that didn't lessen the prickling dread crawling up my spine. I recalled a story I'd heard once about a group of people who'd made a habit of targeting travelers, isolating them in places like this, waiting silently, breaking down their resolve until they gave up. I never thought it was real. Now, the idea settled over me like a shadow. I glanced at the rearview mirror. A pair of eyes caught the faint glow of the dashboard lights. A figure, just standing there, unmoving. The cold smile was unmistakable. I swallowed hard and forced myself to speak aloud, though the words felt ridiculous in the empty car. "What do you want?" No answer. Only the silence pressing in, thick and suffocating. Then, from the passenger side, a soft tap on the window. I jumped, heart leaping into my throat. I didn't look immediately. I couldn't. After a heartbeat, I dared to glance over. No one. Just the empty lot, bathed in pale, flickering light. But the tap came again. Once more. Then a third time. My breath hitched. My hand shook visibly now. I could swear the window had a fingerprint, smudged and wet, just below the glass. I reached for the door lock, fingers fumbling, and just as I pressed the button to unlock, the power flickered. The radio static exploded to life, crackling with a burst of white noise that drowned out everything else. Then, a voice. Low. Calm. Too close. "Don't leave," it said. The words were barely more than a breath. I slammed the radio off and locked the doors again. Silence. Complete silence. I sat there, frozen, listening to the engines purr and the distant whistle of the wind through the trees. I realized I wasn't just trapped by these people, I was trapped by the fear they wielded like a tool. I needed a new way out. But the night was closing in, and whatever had followed me here was patient enough to wait. And watch. And smile. The radio went dead as soon as I hit the off button, but the silence that followed was no relief. I didn't move for what felt like forever. My fingers curled into fists, knuckles white against the worn leather steering wheel. The power flicker had killed the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows outside, and the darkness outside the windshield was absolute. I barely noticed how the temperature dropped, the chill of the night creeping in through the cracked edges of the door seals. Then movement. Just beyond the reach of the headlights, figures shifted, blending with the shadows. I could see them now, a handful of people standing just at the edge of the lot. They didn't talk. Didn't call out. Just stared. Their smiles didn't falter. I swallowed hard. That smile wasn't friendly. It was deliberate. Calculated. Like they were waiting for something or someone. Me. My mind raced. Could I just drive away? No. Not now. Not with them watching. I couldn't risk drawing attention by slamming the doors or revving the engine. The last thing I wanted was to give them a reason to come closer. But sitting here, trapped in the car, was no better. I reached for my phone, the screen lighting up with a weak glow. No signal. Of course there wasn't. I'd hoped for a miracle, but the rest area was clearly off the grid. I was on my own. A voice whispered from the shadows, soft, deliberate, close enough that I couldn't be sure if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks. "Don't leave," it said again. I jerked back, breath catching in my throat. The voice was calm, steady, but it held a dark promise beneath the surface. Like a warning wrapped in silk. "Why?" I whispered, almost to myself. No answer. Just the steady, unblinking gaze of the figures, their shadows stretching long and thin beneath the flickering street lamp. I realized then that these people weren't just watching me, they were waiting for me. Not as a person, but as a part of something I couldn't understand yet. Their presence wasn't random. It was deliberate. I tried to recall anything from the drive that might explain this. Had I missed something on the road? A sign? A pattern? But no, nothing had seemed out of place until this rest area. No roadside billboards warning of danger, no suspicious cars tailing me. Just the empty highway and the slow, creeping night. I glanced to the passenger seat where my bag lay. Maybe there was something inside, some clue, a phone charger or a map. Anything. But even reaching for it felt risky. Every movement was amplified in this tense silence. I leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the windshield. The fingerprint was still there, a damp smudge just below the glass, like a ghostly handprint left on the cold surface. I rubbed at it with my sleeve, but it wouldn't budge. The wetness felt oddly warm despite the chill in the air. And then I noticed something else. The figures weren't just standing around. They were moving slowly toward the light posts, toward me. Not in a rush, but with that same calm certainty that made my stomach twist tight. I locked the doors again and pressed my back against the seat. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to breathe, to think. If I tried to drive now, they'd see. They'd hear. Their silent vigilance was a trap. But staying felt like surrender. A sudden noise shattered the stillness, a dog barking in the distance, sharp and abrupt. It startled me enough to catch the attention of one of the figures. His head turned, eyes locking onto mine for a brief second. That smile didn't waver. I blinked. No, this wasn't real. I was imagining things. But the cold sweat on my forehead and the sharp, metallic taste in my mouth told me otherwise. They knew I was scared. They wanted that. I debated, should I try to roll down the window, call for help, make noise? But the thought of breaking the quiet made my skin crawl. The group would close in faster than I could react. The realization hit me like a punch. This wasn't about escape. It never had been. They wanted me to stay. To be a part of the waiting. The watching. The silence. I tried to remember anything from the news, from the stories I'd heard about strange disappearances near these parts. Nothing concrete. Just rumors of people vanishing, last seen at rest stops or gas stations on lonely roads. I'd always thought those were urban legends, exaggerations to scare late-night travelers. But now, sitting here, I wondered if the truth was worse, more calculated, more patient. The power flickered again, and the overhead light in the car blinked on briefly, casting a harsh white glow inside. For a second, I saw them clearly. 5 figures, spaced evenly around the lot, faces blank but smiling, eyes locked on me like predators assessing prey. They hadn't moved closer, but they didn't need to. Their presence was a cage. I tried the door handle. Locked tight. The engine was still running, but the battery light on the dash blinked red. Maybe the flickering power was draining it. I needed to move. Soon. But how? My phone buzzed suddenly. I jumped, heart hammering. It was a text message from an unknown number. Don't fight it. No signature. No explanation. I stared at the screen, disbelief mixing with a cold dread. How did they get my number? Was I being watched the whole way here? The message was a line in a script I didn't want to read aloud. I typed back with shaking fingers. Who are you? What do you want? No reply. Then a new message, just a single word. Stay. I slammed the phone down onto the passenger seat. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the empty car. Outside, the figures had stopped moving again, but the street lamp flickered once more, casting their long shadows right up to the edge of the car. I was trapped. There was no turning back. No running. No escape without them knowing. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breath. I had to think. I had to find a way out of this. But deep down, I knew the moment I stepped out of this car, I would be part of their game. And whatever that meant, it was irreversible. The long night stretched ahead, and the cold smiles waited patiently, like vultures circling in the dark. I wasn't just a traveler stopped at a rest area anymore. I was their next move. The car sat in silence. I kept the engine running, though the was a thin comfort against the weight pressing down outside. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things, that maybe the shadows were just tricks of light and fatigue. But the way their eyes caught the flicker of the street lamp, too steady, too human, said otherwise. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle. Not to open it, God, no, but just to test the lock, the barrier between me and them. It clicked solid. Locked. Safe. For now. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale air inside the car, a faint hint of spilled coffee from earlier that day. The scent grounded me, momentarily pulling me away from the spiraling thoughts. I glanced at the phone screen again. No new messages. Just the cold glow reflecting off the dashboard. I needed to move. Sitting still was a trap. Every minute I stayed, their patience grew thicker, more suffocating. But stepping out meant drawing their attention, and I wasn't sure which was worse. I tried the rearview mirror, watching them from a different angle. They hadn't shifted, but their smiles whitened, impossible, unsettling. I blinked hard. That couldn't be right. People don't smile like that in the dark, especially not in groups like this. Not without a reason that made your skin crawl. "Why are you here?" I whispered, voice barely audible over the quiet hum of the engine. No answer. Just the flicker of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, and the slow, deliberate way they edged closer. The crunch of gravel underfoot made me jump. My head snapped toward the sound. One of them stepped into the dim light, face still smoothed into that unnerving smile. No words came, just that chilling stillness. I wanted to scream, to slam the door, and drive away. But my hands were frozen on the wheel. "Look, I don't know what you want," I said, voice cracking. "Maybe there's been some mistake." The figure tilted their head, unnervingly casual. "No mistake," a voice finally said, soft, even, but with a weight that pressed down on me. "You're exactly where you're supposed to be." A cold wave rolled through me. Exactly where I was supposed to be. That sentence echoed in my mind, twisting into something darker with every repeat. I looked around, desperate for a way out, but the rest area was a cage. The long highway stretched behind me, empty and silent. The gas station was closed, shuttered tight like a tomb. My phone was useless beyond these messages. No signal to call anyone. Nothing to do but wait, or step outside. I glanced down at the glove compartment, fingers itching to find something, anything that might help. But there was only a map, some old receipts, and a faded pack of gum. The man stepped closer, and I finally noticed the others moving in sync behind him, slow, deliberate steps that erased the space between us. Another figure appeared just beyond the light, blending with the shadows before stepping forward, matching the cold smile. I tried to measure the distance, counting steps in my head, planning in frantic silence. If I made a dash, I have to cross the lot, past the street lamp, past them. But even if I ran, where? The highway was miles of nothing but black asphalt and trees. My breath caught in my throat. I thought about the messages on my phone. Stay. Those words weren't a suggestion. They were a command. Why? I forced the word out. The man shrugged, like it was the simplest thing in the world. Because you're part of this now. Part of this. What did that mean? I fought the urge to shake my head, to refuse it. But a small, dark part of me wondered if maybe I'd already lost that choice. I fumbled with the door lock again, fingers slick with sweat. The lock was still solid. Still holding me inside. I leaned my forehead against the steering wheel, tasting the bitter tang of fear mixed with exhaustion. Behind me, a distant dog barked once, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence just long enough to remind me I was alone. Or at least, alone inside the car. "Look," I said, voice low, almost pleading, "I don't want trouble. I don't want to be here. Just let me go." No response. The figures simply closed the gap, faces expressionless except for those terrible smiles. A cold draft slipped through a crack in the window, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and something else, metallic and sharp, not quite blood but close enough to make my stomach turn. I wiped my clammy hands on my jeans, heart hammering against my ribs like a cage. Every instinct screamed to bolt, but every step outside would announce my presence like a flare in the night. I glanced again at the phone. No new messages. No help coming. Just me and them. I tried to focus, to think. There had to be a way to outsmart this. I dealt with tough situations before, though never like this. Never with a crowd that moved like shadows, silent and waiting. Suddenly, the man at the front spoke again, voice low and calm. You don't have to be afraid. Not yet. Not yet. That was worse than any threat. It meant something was coming. Something I couldn't see. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Another figure now stood just behind the car, hands in pockets, watching. The group had completely surrounded me. I swallowed a dry sob. The night stretched on, endless and cold. "Okay," I said, voice shaking but steadying. "What do you want from me?" The man smiled wider, teeth gleaming in the flickering light. "We want your cooperation. Nothing more. Cooperation." Like I had a choice. I glanced at the door lock one last time. Behind it, the faint sound of a car passing miles away, lost somewhere on the empty highway. I was trapped. Caught in a web I couldn't see, spun by people who didn't need words to hold me tight. The cold smiles moved closer. Closer still. And I realized this was only the beginning. I forced my eyes open one last time, the dim glow from the dashboard clock reading 3:14 a.m. The rest area was silent but for the faint hum of my car's heater, the harsh fluorescent bulbs overhead flickering intermittently. Outside, the night pressed in, thick and cold, smell sharp with damp concrete and rotting leaves. The strangers were still there, those figures, barely more than shadows clinging to the edges of the parking lot, their eyes catching the light, cold and unblinking. Their smiles hadn't faded, if anything, they had grown wider, stretched tight and unnatural in the dark. I tried to swallow down the lump rising in my throat. My hands trembled on the wheel, fingers curling and uncurling as if gripping and releasing might reset my racing thoughts. I kept telling myself I could leave. I had to leave. But every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, the shapes seemed to edge closer, their presence growing heavier, as if the night itself was closing in around me. I was trapped in a quiet nightmare. The first time I noticed them, I remember now, was when I stepped out to stretch my legs, the cold biting through my jacket. The air smelled like wet asphalt and something metallic, faint but distinct. I thought maybe I was just tired, imagining things in the shadows. But then the car headlights caught their faces. Too many of them, standing still, watching without a word. No movement but the slow, deliberate narrowing of their eyes. I paused, unsure. I told myself I was being paranoid. I even laughed quietly, shaking my head as if that would dispel the tension in my chest. I tried to convince myself this was just some weird roadside prank, or maybe the local off-hours patrol checking up on the place. But their smiles didn't feel like amusement. More like possession, ownership. Like I was something on a leash, and they were the leash holders. Back inside the car, I kept the doors locked, windows rolled up tight. The heater sputtered, struggling to keep the chill at bay. I tried to call for help, but the signal was patchy, a weak, stuttering whisper that cut off before the call could even connect. No one was picking up anyway. It was the middle of the night, and this place was miles from anything resembling civilization. Even the highway wasn't busy at this hour. The whole world felt abandoned and watching. I remember the way the silence pressed against me, thick and suffocating. No birdsong, no rustle of animals in the grass, just the occasional distant bark of some dog echoing into the darkness. It was so quiet that even my breathing sounded loud. I tried counting breaths to keep my mind steady, but the numbers scattered and blurred, slipping away like smoke. I thought about trying to drive off, to just eject the engine and leave. But in that moment, the headlights caught movement, a slow, deliberate step from the shadows. A figure emerging, not running, not shouting, just walking towards me with that same cold smile. My hands froze on the steering wheel, my breath hitching as every instinct screamed for me to bolt. But would that even help? Could I leave without drawing their full attention? I wasn't sure anymore. I sat there, trapped between the urge to run and the terror of what might happen if I did. The heater clicked off, leaving the car cold and silent except for the faint, rhythmic sound of footsteps on gravel. I could see the outline of a man now, the dim light reflecting off the slick pavement, his smile a thin, permanent slash across his face. Behind him, more shapes appeared, emerging like ghosts from the darkness. Their eyes never wavered from me. I tried to think. There had to be a way out. A crack in their armor. Something to break the spell. My mind raced through scenes from movies, books, anything that might hold a clue. But this was no fiction. This was real, and it was happening now. I was alone, surrounded, and utterly exposed. Then, as if the night itself conspired, a sudden noise shattered the stillness, a truck barreling down the highway, engine roaring, breaking through the silence like a thunderclap. The strangers hesitated, their smiles faltering for the briefest moment. I caught that flicker of doubt, that crack in their facade. Without thinking, I turned the key. The engine roared to life, lights flooding the lot. The figures retreated, slipping back into the shadows like smoke blown away by the wind. I didn't wait. I pulled out, tires crunching on gravel, headlights sweeping over empty pavement as I sped away. My heart hammered in my chest, every muscle tense and trembling. I kept the windows up and the doors locked until the rest area fell entirely behind me, swallowed by the dark ribbon of road stretching ahead. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Hours later, the sun was beginning to lift over the horizon, softening the edges of the night, when I finally pulled into a gas station. My hand shook as I filled the tank, the familiar hum of morning traffic a balm to my frayed nerves. I sat inside the bright convenience store, sipping lukewarm coffee, the warmth spreading slowly through my fingers. I kept thinking about those faces, their smiles, the way they watched. I still don't know who they were or why they were there. Maybe they were just lost souls with nowhere else to go, or worse, people who found some twisted amusement in the fear they inspired. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been marked, seen in a way I never had before. The kind of seeing that doesn't stop when the night ends. Driving away from that rest area, I realized something about myself. I wasn't just scared. I was changed. That night, the thin veil of safety I'd always carried was torn away. I understood now how fragile it all was, the illusion of control, the sense that the world was a place where you could just keep moving forward without looking back. I know I'll never stop watching my mirrors a little longer. I'll keep checking the shadows in parking lots, on deserted streets. It's not paranoia. It's survival. Because some nights, some places, you don't get to leave quietly. You carry them with you. Those cold smiles. That unblinking gaze. They become part of your story, a scar beneath the skin. I'm still driving, still moving forward, but I'm not the same person who stopped at that rest area. I'm quieter now, more cautious. And when the night presses in, when the silence becomes too loud, I remember. And I keep going. Because sometimes, that's all you can do. Story 2, Midnight at Cedar Ridge, Silent Figures at the Pump. The first night shift I worked at the Cedar Ridge gas station, I thought the silence would be my biggest enemy. I remember stepping into the fluorescent-lit store just before midnight, the cold air from outside wrapping around me like a damp blanket. The smell of stale coffee and rubber mats hit me immediately. The tiles beneath my boots were cracked in places, rough plaster flaked from the walls, and the flickering overhead light made the whole place feel like it was teetering on the edge of collapse. Somewhere outside, a dog barked, sharp and urgent, but it might as well have been miles away. The highway was empty. I was on my own. The previous clerk had left a note on the register, "Watch the pumps after midnight." People get weird. Not exactly comforting, but I shrugged it off. Weird people were part of the job, I figured. Drunks, lost travelers, the occasional loner looking for a bathroom break. Nothing unusual. The first hour passed in a blur, stocking shelves and wiping smudges off the glass counters. I tried to keep busy, telling myself that the stillness was just part of working late in these parts. The gas station sat alone on the edge of a long stretch of highway, surrounded by nothing but scrub and trees that looked like they'd been there since the world was younger. The highway itself was a thin ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the dark, and the only sign of life was the faint glow of a distant truck's headlights, swallowed up quickly by the night. Then one of the other clerks called me on the store phone, static crackling before a quiet voice whispered, "Don't go anywhere near the highway after midnight. You won't like what you see." I blinked. "What do you mean?" There was a pause. "Just be careful. People out here get strange real fast. Like, not drunk strange. Different." I laughed, a little too loud. "Sounds like a story to scare the new guy." "Maybe. But keep your eyes open." I didn't know what to make of it. The voice was low, almost nervous. Like they wanted to say more but didn't trust the phone line. I hung up and leaned against the counter, staring out through the big front windows at the empty pumps bathed in pale yellow light. Nothing moved. I told myself it was nothing. Probably the usual superstitions people pick up when they work alone in places like this. Maybe I was just imagining things. Still, the warning left a tiny, nagging knot in my stomach. Around 12:15, a group of people pulled up to the pumps. From inside, I could see them through the fogged glass, 6 or 7 figures, all pale, all silent. They didn't talk, just stood there, faces blank. The way they moved was strange too, slow and deliberate, almost rehearsed. They didn't look at me or each other. They barely looked at their cars. I watched as one of them reached for the pump handle. The silence was so thick I could hear my own breath, shallow and quick. The air smelled different somehow, colder, sharper, like a sudden draft moving through the station. That flickering light overhead buzzed louder, and the radio in the corner crackled faintly with static. I wanted to call out, ask if they needed help, but the words caught in my throat. I wasn't sure why, but something about them felt off, not threatening in a usual way, but wrong. Then, as they all simultaneously turned their heads toward the highway, I followed their gaze. The road was empty. No cars. No headlights. Nothing but the black ribbon stretching into the abyss. My hands trembled as I reached for the store phone again. The line was dead. A shiver ran down my spine, not from cold but from something deeper, an instinct I couldn't shake. I glanced back at the group. They were still standing there, motionless, like statues waiting for something. I told myself to stop overthinking, to focus on the routine, check the fuel prices, restock the chips, count the till. But the silence in the store was growing heavier, pressing down on me like a weight. Outside, the wind whispered through the dry grass. The dog barked again, closer this time, but there was no answer. I looked back at the pumps. The pale faces hadn't moved. And then I noticed something else. None of them had driver's licenses or credit cards with them. No wallets, no phones. Just standing there, staring into the night. That's when I realized the real problem wasn't the highway or the lonely stretch of road. It was what people did when they showed up here, alone, after midnight, and why no one ever talked about it. I wanted to ask the next clerk about it, but I doubted I'd get a straight answer. The kind of quiet warnings I'd heard tonight weren't the kind of things people said out loud. I glanced at the clock. 12:34 a.m. I was halfway through my shift. Outside, the group remained silent and still. The night pressed in closer, and I knew I couldn't leave the store, not yet. Not until I understood what I was really dealing with. The highway was empty, but the threat was all around me. Invisible. Unseen. Waiting. A shiver ran down my spine as the fluorescent lights flickered overhead. I tightened my grip on the counter, realizing that some answers only come when you're brave enough to face the darkness head-on. The clock on the wall ticked louder than usual, or maybe it was just that I was listening too hard. I couldn't shake the feeling that every second stretched longer than it should, that time itself was bending around the gas station like a slow, suffocating fog. The smell of stale coffee lingered in the air, sharp and bitter, and the cold draft from the cracked door brushed against my neck, raising goosebumps that had nothing to do with temperature. I swallowed hard and tried to steady my breathing, but my chest tightened in a way that made me want to run, except I knew running wouldn't get me anywhere. I was alone. At least, that's what I thought. The previous clerk, Marla, had warned me not to mention the highway after midnight. She'd muttered something about them and the quiet ones, but I'd shrugged it off as local superstition. Only now, watching those people, I wondered if there was more truth in her words than she was willing to admit. The bell above the door jingled softly, breaking the silence. I looked up, expecting a customer, but it was just Tom, the morning clerk, coming in early. His face was pale, eyes darting nervously toward the window. "Hey," he whispered, barely above the hum of the fridge. "You seen those guys?" I nodded toward the pumps, where the crowd remained eerily still. "Yeah. No wallets, no phones. Just standing." Tom rubbed his hands together, his voice low. "They come every night. Not all at once, though. Slowly. Like they're waiting for something." "Waiting for what?" I asked, though the answer felt like a weight pressing down on my throat. He shook his head. "Don't know." "No one does." I glanced back at the window, heart thumping against my ribs. The strangers hadn't shifted an inch. Their pale faces, too smooth and too blank, made my skin crawl. The streetlights cast long shadows that stretched and warped, but their eyes, dark and hollow, didn't reflect a single flicker of emotion. A sudden gust rattled the glass, and I jumped, voice cracking as I said, "Why don't they leave? Why just stand there?" Tom swallowed hard. "Some say they're lost. Others think it's something worse." He leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "The highway after midnight isn't the danger. It's who they bring here, or what they want from us when no one's watching." I frowned, rubbing the back of my neck. "Like a cult?" He looked uneasy but nodded. "Maybe. But no chance, no fires. Just silence. And waiting." My mind raced. "Have you ever tried to talk to them?" Tom's eyes darkened. "Once. They don't answer. They don't even look at you. Just stare at the road or the ground. Cold, like they're not really here." I swallowed again, trying to keep my composure. The weight of the night pressed down harder. I need to figure this out. If they're dangerous or if we're just imagining things. Tom gave me a shaky smile. "Good luck with that." He slipped behind the counter, pulling out a folded sheet of paper from the drawer. "Here. This is the schedule. You're not alone all night. If something happens, don't hesitate to call me, okay?" I took the paper, the edges rough against my fingertips. It was a comforting gesture, more than I expected. The silence settled back in, thick and heavy. The strangers remained still, like ghosts trapped between moments. Then I noticed something new. One of them, a man, maybe in his 50s, had shifted slightly. Just a fraction of movement, but enough to catch my eye. He turned his head toward the highway, and for a second, I thought he might speak. Instead, he just stood there, mouth closed, eyes empty. The hairs on my arms prickled. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. I walked to the window, pressing my palm against the cold glass. The night air smelled of damp asphalt and distant pine trees, the kind of scent that made you feel small and lost. The man's gaze followed the road, but it wasn't the highway that held his attention. It was the darkness beyond it, thick and impenetrable. I backed away, heart hammering. My hands trembled as I flipped the light switch, plunging the pumps into shadow. The figures didn't move. They never moved. I reached for the phone behind the counter, but the line was dead. No dial tone, just a harsh silence. My breath caught in my throat. I tried the second line. Nothing. The power flickered once more, then steadied. The fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, humming in a way that made my ears ring. I looked back outside. The crowd had grown. More pale faces, more silent watchers. Their numbers multiplied without explanation, as if drawn by some invisible force. Panic bubbled beneath my skin, but I forced myself to breathe. I had to keep calm. I had to figure this out. That's when I noticed the first car pull up, an old sedan, rusted and dented. The driver stepped out, a young woman with tired eyes and a stiff gait. She hesitated at the pump, glancing nervously at the crowd. I opened the door to call out, but she didn't respond. She filled her tank quickly, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Then, without a word, she got back in and drove off, the engine sputtering into the night. Tom's words echoed in my mind, "They come here for a reason. And they don't talk." I watched as more cars arrived, each driver tense, hurried, and silent. Some looked over their shoulders, eyes flicking to the waiting crowd with a mixture of fear and resignation. I realized something else. None of them spoke once they were inside the store. No conversations, no questions. Just quick purchases and nervous glances. The weight of the night thickened, pressing down like a wet blanket. I felt trapped, a spectator to something I couldn't yet comprehend. I turned back to the counter, heart still racing. I needed answers. Someone to talk to. Someone who wouldn't dismiss what I was seeing as nonsense. My phone buzzed on the countertop. I jumped, surprised, until I saw it was just a notification from the weather app. Rain was coming. Heavy, steady rain. Outside, the crowd hadn't moved. The pale faces watched, waiting. And I knew that whatever this was, it wasn't going away anytime soon. I glanced at the clock again. 12:47 a.m. 15 more minutes until the highway closed. 15 more minutes until whatever was coming would arrive. I wasn't sure if I wanted to see it or if I could survive it. But I had no choice. Because here, in this forgotten patch of road, the night was gathering its storm. And I was right in the middle of it. The rain started exactly at 12:52 a.m., just as the clock blinked over the counter. Outside, the pale crowd hadn't moved an inch. If anything, they seemed to have multiplied, or maybe I was just staring too hard. Their faces were the same, blank, almost translucent in the rain's harsh light, dripping water off their thin hair and threadbare clothes. They didn't speak. They didn't look away. Just motionless silhouettes standing by the pumps like statues. I rubbed my hands together, trying to warm them. The chill wasn't just from the rain or the metal countertop beneath my palms. It was something deeper, like the cold seeped from the air itself. The kind of cold that whispers warning without saying a word. I swallowed hard. The truck driver from earlier, the one who warned me off the highway after midnight, his words echoed in my head. Don't go out there. Not tonight. Not after dark. At the time, I thought it was just paranoia, something born from long nights and too much isolation. Now, I wasn't so sure. I glanced at the security monitors again. 3 cameras covered the gas station's perimeter, one out front, one facing the side lot, and the last trained on the pumps. The images were grainy, but clear enough. The camera showed the crowd like a frozen wave washing over the station, but no movement. No faces turned toward the lens. No blinking or shifting. I stepped away from the counter and peered out through the glass doors. My reflection stared back, pale and tense. The rain blurred the world beyond, the headlights of passing cars smeared into long streaks, the highway a slick ribbon disappearing into darkness. I remembered the sign taped to the door, highway closed 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. I checked the clock again. 12:55, 5 minutes. The cutoff was imminent. Minutes felt like hours. I tried to focus on the registers, the flashing open sign, the slow drip of water pooling under the door frame. The smell of wet asphalt and cold metal filled the space, sharp and unyielding. I realized I was holding my breath, fingers gripping the counter until they went numb. Then, the phone vibrated again. I jumped, heart slamming. It was a message from the station manager. Only 3 words: stay inside. Lock doors. No explanation, no pleasantries. Just a cold command. I locked the front doors again, double-checked the back entrance. The heavy steel bolt slid into place with a quiet click that felt like finality. No customers would get in. No one else would get out. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but the signal was patchy here. The rain had probably knocked out the cell tower. Besides, who would believe me? A kid working late in a nowhere gas station talking about ghostly crowds? I shoved the phone into my pocket, its weight a dull reminder. The silence grew oppressive. The murmurs and noises I'd imagined earlier dissolved, replaced by a suffocating quiet that pressed in like a vice. I heard my own breathing, ragged and uneven. The hum of the flickering lights was the only sound besides the rain's relentless tattoo. Then I noticed it. The faintest, almost imperceptible shift in the crowd. One figure, just at the edge of the pump closest to the highway exit, stepped forward. No hurry, no urgency. Just a slow, deliberate movement. The others didn't follow. They remained statues. I watched, frozen, as the figure raised a hand, not to wave, not to gesture, but as if to shield their eyes from the glare. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and they were still there. A shiver ran down my spine. The thought struck me with sudden clarity. These people weren't here just to fill their tanks or buy snacks. They weren't waiting for a ride, or a friend, or a roadblock. They were waiting for something, someone. The rain intensified, and the wind picked up. The glass doors rattled under the pressure. I stepped back, heart hammering louder than the storm outside. I needed to know more. I grabbed the walkie-talkie from under the counter, old and crackly, but functional. I keyed the button. "Mark? You there?" No response. Static. I tried again. Nothing. I remembered the other clerk, Lisa. She'd been tight-lipped when I asked about the crowd, her eyes darting nervously. "Just stay inside. Don't ask." That was all she said. Maybe she knew more than she let on. I had to find her, had to get some answers before the highway shut completely. I grabbed my jacket, the fabric stiff and cold. The door was locked, but the side window was cracked open, a bad idea, but better than nothing. I slipped out, the cold rain hitting my face like tiny needles. The night air smelled wet and sharp, mixing with the faint scent of gasoline. Lisa's trailer was just a few yards down the dirt road behind the station, half hidden among scraggly trees. I could hear the rain pounding on the tin roof, the soft creak of the trailer settling in the wind. I knocked on the door, rain dripping off my sleeves. No answer. I tried again, louder, breath visible in the cold air. The door creaked open slightly. A shadow peeked out. "Lisa?" I whispered. She looked pale, eyes wide with something I couldn't name. Fear? Relief? Both? "We don't have much time," she said, stepping back inside and closing the door with a soft click. I followed, dripping water onto the threadbare carpet. The trailer smelled of stale coffee and old wood. She didn't look at me. Instead, she pulled a crumpled map from the table, spreading it under the flickering kitchen light. "The highway's not just closed," she said, voice low, urgent. "It's sealed off. The county put up checkpoints, but they're not just looking for drunk drivers or speeding. They're stopping everyone. No one leaves." I stared at her. "Why? What's going on?" She hesitated, biting her lip. "It's not the crowd out there. Not really. They're part of it. They're waiting. But the real danger is what happens if you try to drive away." I felt the blood drain from my face. "People who try to leave," she continued, voice barely above a whisper, "they don't come back. Cars break down. Radios go dead. Engines stall right on the highway, no explanation. Cell phones die. It's like the whole stretch just swallows them." I shook my head, searching for logic. But that can't be. Maybe it's just coincidence. Bad weather. "Maybe," she said, eyes sharp like item. "But the storm's just cover. The real trap is the people. The ones who watch. The ones who wait." The words settled over me like a suffocating fog. I thought of the crowd at the pumps, their silence, their stillness. I thought of the empty highway stretching into the darkness. And for the first time, I understood. There was no easy way out. Lisa looked at me, her face pale but determined. "You're stuck here now, like the rest of us." The rain hammered on the roof, relentless and unforgiving. Outside, the night didn't just wait. It closed in. I realized then that the night shift wasn't just a job anymore. It was a sentence. And whatever was coming, whatever had brought those pale faces here, was patient. Too patient. The room was colder than I remembered. Not the chill of the night outside, but something else, something that pressed in from the walls, the floor, the very air. The flickering fluorescent light above the counter cast long, wavering shadows that seemed to stretch and twist just beyond my vision. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the sudden shiver that wasn't from the draft sneaking under the door. She sat across from me, eyes fixed on the cracked linoleum floor, fingers nervously tracing the edge of her sleeve. "You don't get it," she said, voice low and tense. "It's not just that people vanish. It's what happens when they try to fight it." I stared at her, trying to catch the meaning behind those words. The crowd at the pumps, their pale faces, their silence was the first sign. But the real trap was the road itself, the nothingness that swallowed up anyone who dared to leave after midnight. Engines stalled, radios went dead, phones lost signal. People stranded in the dark, with no help coming. No explanation. No warning. I swallowed hard, the taste of cold metal in my mouth. "So, what do we do? Just wait here all night?" She shook her head. "No, you don't wait." Her eyes darted toward the window, where the headlights of an approaching car cut through the black like item. "You never try to run." The car stopped by the pumps. I caught a glimpse of the driver as he stepped out, a tall man, face obscured by a hood. He moved slowly, deliberately, and the crowd seemed to part just enough to let him through. The strange thing was how quiet everything was. No greetings, no questions, no movement other than that slow, eerie shuffle. Something in me clenched tight. I wanted to close the door, lock it, and pretend none of this was happening. But I couldn't. Not now. The woman beside me, Mara, I learned her name was, stood up, voice barely above a whisper. You need to understand. They're not waiting to attack. They're waiting for you to break. To panic. To try and leave. I looked back out the window. The crowd had grown. More faces, more pale skin, more silence. Their eyes didn't blink. Their lips didn't move. They just watched. I felt my hands tremble. But why? What do they want? She hesitated, then said, control. Fear. Power. They don't need to hurt you physically. They make you fight yourself. They trap you in your own head. Her words echoed in the small room, louder than the distant hum of the gas pumps. I tried to steady my breathing, but it came out uneven, ragged. A sudden noise jerked my head toward the door, a soft tapping, rhythmic, deliberate. I froze. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't a knock. It was something else. Something impatient. Mara's hand found mine on the counter. Her grip was tight, almost desperate. Don't look, she warned. But I had to. I turned slowly, eyes wide, heart pounding against my ribs like a frantic drumbeat. No one was there. Just the empty, dark hallway leading to the restrooms and storage. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed, the lump in my throat growing. Did you hear that? She nodded, voice tight. They're inside. They don't need to come in. They don't need to speak. Just being here is enough. I wanted to ask what that meant, but the words stuck. Instead, I glanced back at the window. The crowd hadn't moved. Not a muscle. Not a blink. Just watching. I could feel their eyes through the glass, boring into my skin. The power flickered again, plunging the room into brief darkness before the light sputtered back to life. In that moment, my vision caught a subtle shift in the crowd. One figure stepped forward, closer to the glass. A woman, maybe, but her face was pale, almost translucent. Her eyes locked with mine. I looked away quickly, heart thudding painfully against my chest. The cold sweat on my forehead slicked my skin. What do they want from me? I whispered. Mara's gaze was steady, but there was a crack in her voice. To break you. I thought about the stories the other clerks had whispered in the break room, the warnings to avoid the highway after midnight, the tales of cars stalling and radios dying. I thought about the strange silence that had settled over this place, the way the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt thick and heavy like it was pressing down on my lungs. Something wasn't right here. It never had been. I needed to move. Needed to get out. But every instinct screamed that leaving was the worst choice. The tapping came again, this time from the back door. Faster. More urgent. Mara stood, her shoulders squared despite the tension. We have to face this. We can't hide. My stomach churned, a cold knot tightening with every second. The fluorescent light flickered in a staccato rhythm, casting the room in a broken, surreal glow. Wait, I said, voice cracking. What if they're just people? Lost, scared? She shook her head. That's the trick. They want you to think that. To feel sympathy. To let your guard down. I swallowed again, tasting the bitter edge of fear. So what do we do? Mara reached into her pocket and pulled out a small radio. It was crackling with static, barely audible over the hum of the pumps. I've been trying to reach someone. Anyone. But no one answers. I glanced at the radio, then out the window. The crowd was pressing closer now, faces indistinct in the dim light. The tapping turned into a knocking. Firm. Insistent. I backed away from the door, heart racing. The air smelled like rain, wet asphalt, and something metallic, maybe blood, maybe rust. I couldn't tell. Mara moved toward the door, hand on the handle. We have to open it. I shook my head, voice barely a whisper. No. We can't. Her eyes locked onto mine, fierce and unyielding. If we don't, they'll break the door down. And then it's over. A sudden crash echoed from outside, the sound of a canister toppling, rolling across the concrete. The crowd stirred slightly. One of the pale faces pressed harder against the glass, eyes wide and unblinking. I could feel their breath, cold and stale, as if it seeped through the glass. Okay, I said finally, stepping toward Mara. My limbs felt heavy, like I was moving underwater. But we do this together. No mistakes. She nodded. Slowly, she turned the knob. The air in the store had turned cold, a creeping chill that clung to my skin like a damp cloth. I could feel it settling in my bones, seeping through the faded linoleum beneath my feet. Outside, the highway was a ribbon of darkness, barely visible beyond the yellow glow of the gas station's flickering lights. I stood behind the counter, the late shift dragging on, the silence heavier than ever. I'd spent the last hour watching those pale figures at the pumps. They hadn't moved or spoken. Just stood there, their faces blank, eyes distant. Something about them wasn't right, but it wasn't the kind of wrong you could pin down easily. No sudden aggression, no shouting, no sudden bursts of movement. Just a hovering stillness, like a bad smell you can't quite place but know is there. The other clerks had warned me about the highway after midnight. Stay inside, they'd said. Don't answer if they knock. I'd laughed it off at first, paranoia, I thought. Stories passed around like campfire tales to keep the night shift edgy. Now, though, I wasn't so sure. I caught myself glancing at the clock every few minutes, my throat tightening each time the second hand ticked forward. I pressed the tips of my fingers into the counter's chipped surface, feeling the rough plaster beneath the peeling paint. It was grounding, oddly comforting in the face of the creeping unease. I tried to focus on the mundane task of restocking the candy bars, but my hands trembled enough to crack a couple of wrappers. The smell of stale coffee and cleaning spray filled the cramped store, making my stomach churn. At some point, I realized the strangest thing was the silence. No engines roaring down the highway. No voices from passing cars. No dogs barking off in the distance. Just an oppressive quiet that pressed against the windows like a physical weight. It wasn't peaceful. It was waiting. I glanced up, catching my reflection in the smudged glass. Dark circles beneath my eyes, hair sticking out in awkward tufts. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. And maybe I hadn't. A soft tapping noise from the front door made my head snap around. There was no one there. Just the empty pumps bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the streetlights. I blinked, unsure if I'd imagined it. Then, slowly, the figures moved. Not all at once, but one by one, like puppets waking from a long silence. They didn't approach the door, just shifted slightly, their pale skin almost luminescent in the dim light. I caught the faintest scent of something metallic, like blood, but it was faint, maybe just my imagination. I swallowed hard. My voice caught somewhere in my throat when I finally spoke. Can I help you? The words felt ridiculous, directed at shadows. No response. My eyes searched for any sign of recognition, any flicker of humanity in those blank expressions. There was nothing. Just an endless, vacant gaze that seemed to pierce through me. I stepped back, heart hammering. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed, flickering again, casting the room into brief, strobe-like darkness. In that split second, I thought I saw movement in the corner of the store, a flash of something quick and low, but when the light steadied, there was nothing there. I forced myself to breathe. One breath. Then another. The cold sweat prickled along my spine and the back of my neck. I was trapped between wanting to run and being glued to the spot by some irrational thread of curiosity. Then the door creaked open. I froze, my hand pressed to my chest as if to stop the frantic drumming. The door didn't swing wide. It eased open just a crack, and a figure slipped inside without a sound. Not one of the pale ones. This was different. A man, mid-30s maybe, with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. His clothes were dirty, stained with what looked like mud or worse. He didn't speak at first, just leaned against the counter, breathing hard. "You're the new guy," he said, voice rough but quiet. "I thought I might find you here." I nodded, unsure what to say. The man glanced out the window toward the pumps, then back at me. "They come every night," he said. "Not all at once. But they show up. Don't say a word. Just watch." I swallowed again. "Why? What do they want?" His eyes darkened. "They don't want anything you can see. It's what you can't see that kills." That line stuck with me, like a stone in my shoe. I didn't understand it, not really, but I believed him. "Who are they?" I asked. His gaze dropped. "People who've lost their way. Drifters, or worse. They're not here for trouble. Not really. But they bring it with them. The silence, the waiting, it's a kind of warning. Or maybe a curse." I considered that for a long moment. The man looked tired in a way I recognized, the kind of exhaustion that comes from knowing something terrible and helpless to change it. "Can they hurt me?" I asked. "Not directly," he said. "But people around here, they get scared. Paranoia creeps in. They start seeing things. Hearing things that aren't there. It's the kind of fear that eats you alive from the inside. And sometimes, that's worse than any attack. The truth of it hit me harder than I expected. Fear that turns the mind against itself. I'd felt that creeping in, gnawing at the edges of my sanity these past few nights. He pushed off the counter and looked around the store. "You're not the first to work this shift, and you won't be the last. But you have to find your own way through it. Don't let them see you crack." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "They'll leave eventually," he said. "Usually by dawn. And then it's quiet again, like nothing ever happened. But the damage lingers." He gave me a sad smile, the kind that doesn't quite reach the eyes. Before I could ask more, he slipped back out into the night, closing the door quietly behind him. Left alone once more, I stared out at the pale figures standing still as statues. They didn't move when the man left. Didn't even blink. Just held their spot like ghosts trapped in a loop. I realized then that the real threat wasn't them. It wasn't the chance of attack or violence. It was the way they made you question everything, your senses, your mind, your grip on reality. I turned back to the counter, the rough plaster beneath my fingers a reminder that some things were real, solid. I'd have to hold on to that. For my own sake. The rest of the night passed in that unnerving balance of silence and shadow. The figures didn't leave until the first pale streaks of dawn crept across the horizon. Then, as if on cue, they vanished. Story 3, Trail of the Blood Ribbon, Night's Hidden Invitation. The moon was just a sliver, barely enough to cut through the thick canopy overhead, but I liked that. I remember the air, cold and heavy with silence, had that damp, earthy smell you get after a light rain, the kind that leaves the ground soft and a little slick with moss. My boots made a muffled crunch on the damp leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig echoed sharper than you'd expect, like the woods were listening. I kept my pace steady, not rushing, not hesitating either. There's a rhythm to walking in the dark, a pulse you tune into, even if you tell yourself you're just getting from point A to point B. I'd started late, around 9, and by the time I hit the narrow ridge trail, the edges of the path were already melting into shadows. The forest here was dense, with twisted oaks and firs leaning in like old men whispering secrets. I was somewhere in the Cascades, but honestly, after a couple dozen hikes, those trees all start to blend together. Still, I knew this stretch well enough to trust my feet, or so I told myself. The wind was light, but it carried a strange scent, something metallic, faint but out of place. It wasn't the usual mix of pine and wet earth. I stopped to breathe it in, trying to place it. Like copper pennies left out in the rain. Odd. I shook the thought off. Maybe a miner's campsite from ages ago, or some rusted gear buried beneath the underbrush. Nothing to worry about. I pulled out my phone to check the time, 10:43 p.m., and the battery icon blinked low, a reminder that I hadn't charged it since the day before. I cursed silently, tucking the device away. No signal here anyway. I liked it better that way, fewer distractions. Still, I wasn't quite as invincible as I sometimes like to pretend. The trail forked ahead, but this time the usual markers weren't where they should be. That odd feeling crept up my spine, the one you get when something's just a little off, like a word misspelled in a book you've read 100 times. The marker on the right fork, a faded red ribbon tied to a branch, was newer than I remembered. Clean cuts on the ribbon's edge, as if someone had tied it there just hours ago. I hesitated. Usually, I'd stick to the left fork, it's longer but less steep, and I was in no rush. But that new ribbon caught my eye. It almost looked like a signal, a deliberate invitation. I glanced around, half expecting to catch someone watching me from the shadows. Nothing but trees and the soft hum of night insects. Curiosity nudged me right. I followed the ribbon path, leaves crunching softly underfoot. The forest seemed to close in tighter here, branches snagging at my jacket sleeves. The scent of metal grew stronger, weaving in with something else. Smoke? No, not smoke. Something chemical, acrid and sharp. I stopped again, heart tapping a little faster, and scanned the area. That's when I saw it, a small clearing, maybe 20 feet across, ringed by stones arranged in a rough circle. In the center, a makeshift campsite. But the usual signs of a happy hiker's stop weren't there. No cheerful fire pit or scattered trash. Just a tarp stretched over a frame of branches, sagging and grimy. Nearby, a tattered backpack lay against a tree stump, half buried under dead leaves. I crouched, fingers brushing the fabric. It was damp, smelled of mildew and something else. Fear? I don't know why I thought that, but it fit. The wind shifted, and I caught the faintest whisper of voices, or maybe it was the wind playing tricks. I told myself it was the wind. I wasn't imagining things. Then I noticed the ground beneath the tarp. Footprints, but not fresh. Old, maybe weeks or months, pressed deep into the dirt. They circled that campsite, like someone had paced back and forth, waiting. Or trapped. A shiver traced my spine, and my hands trembled slightly. I wanted to step back, to turn and leave this place alone, but something held me there, the need to figure out what I'd stumbled onto. The silence pressed against me, thick and heavy. Complete silence. I fumbled for my phone again, hoping for a flashlight app. The screen lit up the clearing in a pale glow, revealing more details: a few empty water bottles, a crumpled map with routes scratched out in red ink, and a journal lying open on the ground. I reached for the journal, careful not to disturb anything more than necessary. The pages were filled with neat, cramped handwriting. Some entries were dated, others just numbers and strange symbols I didn't understand. One line caught my eye: "They think these woods are endless. They don't know the maze." I read it twice, the words echoing louder than they should. Who was they? And what maze? A sudden rustle made me snap my head toward the trees. A branch cracked underfoot somewhere just out of sight. My breath caught, and I swallowed hard. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound was deliberate, too close, too slow. I zipped the journal into my jacket and stood up, every muscle tense. The night had shifted from quiet companion to silent predator. I wanted to leave, but the path back seemed different somehow, less familiar. The ribbon I'd followed was gone. I blinked. No, it was still there, but it was moving. No, not moving. Shifting. The trail itself seemed to pulse, as if the forest was rearranging itself in the dark. I laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "Okay, that's new," I muttered. "You're just tired. You're seeing things." But even as I said it, I knew I wasn't imagining everything. The woods were watching. Waiting. And that campsite wasn't abandoned. Not really. I stepped forward, heart thudding hard enough to drown out the night sounds. The maze was real, and somehow, I just walked into the edge of it. The ribbon was still there, but it wasn't just a ribbon anymore. I stepped forward, every nerve screaming to turn back, but something deeper pulled me onward. The path I trusted a moment ago was gone, replaced by this shifting, living thing. The woods weren't silent anymore. Whispers. Footsteps. Faint rustling from somewhere just beyond the stark reach of my flashlight. I could almost taste the damp earth and rotting leaves, sharp and sour in my mouth, mixed with the metallic tang of adrenaline. I fumbled for the compass in my jacket pocket, fingers slick. The needle spun wildly, refusing to settle, as if the forest itself was warping my sense of direction. "No," I muttered, voice barely audible. "This can't be happening." But it was. I was lost, caught in a maze that rearranged itself while I blinked. There it was again, the soft thud of footsteps, deliberate, slow. Not animal. Human. Close. I crouched down, pressing my palm against the rough bark of a pine tree, trying to listen past the pounding in my ears. The journal, still zipped shut, felt heavier. Inside it, the scribbled notes and half-deciphered maps hinted at something I hadn't dared fully consider. These trails weren't natural. Someone had designed them. Someone who wanted to trap people here. My mind raced back to the campsite I'd found. The empty tents, the scattered belongings, everything staged to look abandoned but too clean, too deliberate. And those names in the journal. Missing hikers. People who vanished without a trace. Held captive here. Forced into some kind of twisted game. I shivered. The cold night air settled deep into my bones. I wasn't just lost. I was trapped. The ground beneath me shifted again, the ribbon flickering like a pulse, leading somewhere I didn't want to go but had no choice but to follow. I stood, trying to fight the dizziness creeping in. The trees around me seemed to lean closer, their branches scraping like fingernails against the sky. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, a faint reply, so soft I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. A whisper, tarried on the wind, "Help." My heart slammed against my ribs. I clutched the journal tighter and stepped toward the sound, the ribbon guiding me deeper into the maze. The forest grew colder, the shadows darker, and the scent of damp earth mixed with something else, something metallic and bitter. The trail opened onto a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. Moonlight spilled in, illuminating a circle of stones arranged with care. In the center, a scrap of fabric fluttered weakly, a jacket, faded and torn. I knelt, fingers trembling as I picked it up. The smell was faint but unmistakable, sweat, fear, and something else, something like hope. A soft rustle behind me made me spin around. Nothing. Just trees. But the feeling of being watched settled like a stone in my stomach. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. Just the relentless dark pressing in from every side. I flipped through the journal, skimming the pages where the handwriting grew more frantic, desperate. Notes about the maze's design, the survivalist's obsession with erasing people from the map, forcing them to walk patterns that looped back on themselves until they lost all sense of time and place. The last entry was a scrawl. They don't know it yet, but they're already ghosts. A chill crawled up my spine. This wasn't just an accident. It was deliberate. Calculated. I needed to find someone. Anyone. As I rose, the ribbon shifted again, pulling me toward a narrow path lined with broken branches and trampled leaves. Something glinted in the dirt, a small, battered trail marker, half buried. I knelt again, brushing away debris to reveal a crudely carved symbol. It looked familiar, like the ones in the journal, but twisted in a way that made my skin crawl. I pocketed the marker and moved forward, every sense straining. The forest seemed to close in, the air, cold and heavy with silence thickening with a scent I couldn't place, smoke? Or something worse? Then I heard it, voices. Low, murmuring, indistinct but unmistakably human. I froze. The voices grew louder, closer. Panic clawed at my chest. My breath hitched. I wanted to run but knew that running meant losing the trail or worse, stumbling into the unknown. I edged forward, hugging the trees, heart pounding loud enough to drown out the night's sounds. Through the underbrush, I caught sight of a flickering light, maybe a lantern or a flashlight. The voices were clearer now, desperate, pleading. Please. Don't leave me, one whispered. Another sobbed. I swallowed hard, the weight of everything crashing down. These were the missing hikers. Held captive. Forced to navigate this cruel maze, hunted by someone who wanted them erased. And I'd found them. But what could I do? I was just one person, alone, armed with nothing but a fading flashlight and a journal filled with cryptic notes. The maze was alive, and somewhere out there was the survivalist, watching, waiting. I crouched behind a fallen log, straining to make out the figures near the light. Two people, huddled close, faces pale and drawn. One clutched a ragged blanket around trembling shoulders, the other rocked back and forth, murmuring words I couldn't catch. My hands shook. The journal slipped from my grasp and landed with a soft thud on the leaf-strewn ground. Panic surged. I leaned forward to retrieve it, catching a glimpse of movement beyond the pair, something lurking just beyond the glow, hidden in shadow. I froze. The maze was no accident. It was a trap, and I had stepped right into it. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the trees, like a branch breaking under heavy weight. The two in the clearing snapped their heads toward the sound, eyes wide with terror. I held my breath, heart hammering, waiting for what would come next. The survivalist was close. Closer than I thought. I had to move. But where? The ribbon pulsed faintly at my feet, tugging me deeper into the dark. The night was no longer just a backdrop, it was a predator, and I was its prey. I swallowed hard, steeling myself. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about saving them. About escaping the maze that wanted to erase us all. I took a slow step forward. And then another. I moved forward, each step slow, deliberate, as if the forest itself might twitch beneath my feet and betray me. The ribbon at my toes pulsed faintly, a subtle, almost mocking heartbeat against the silence. The two figures in the clearing hadn't moved. Their heads still snapped toward the sound, eyes wide, breath held tight. I could see the sharp outlines of their fear in the dim glow, and maybe, just maybe, a flicker of hope that someone else had come. The crack echoed again, louder this time, breaking the silence like a snapped wire. Something heavy shifted in the shadows beyond the clearing, and my skin prickled, goosebumps running cold and fast. I swallowed, the taste of wet earth and pine thick in my mouth, and forced myself to ignore the cold knot tightening in my gut. I had stepped into the trap, yes. But now, stepping back wasn't an option. "Hey," I whispered, voice rough as dry leaves. "We need to move. Now." Neither of them answered, no nod, no sign they'd heard me, just that frozen stare, like they were trying to will themselves invisible. The thought chilled me to the bone. I wanted to shake them, to tell them it wasn't just about them anymore. It was about all of us. Behind me, the ribbon curved away, disappearing into a tangle of underbrush that looked less like a path and more like a wound in the woods. I glanced down. The faint glow pulsed again. Like a heartbeat. A life force. I knew then that the ribbon wasn't just marking the maze, it was controlling it, guiding it, and maybe even watching it. I stepped off the edge of the clearing and into the dark maze. The two hikers followed, reluctantly, their steps uneven on the soft dirt. I caught the scent of sweat and something metallic, fear. Or maybe just the sharp tang of adrenaline. We moved in silence, the forest swallowing every sound except the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant crackling of branches breaking somewhere to our right. The maze changed with every turn. Trails I just passed seemed to shift behind me, the trees rearranging themselves in impossible patterns. No breeze stirred the leaves, no animal scurried, no stars shone through the thick canopy. The darkness swallowed everything except the faint ribbon glow. It was like walking inside a breathing thing, constantly shifting, watching. I tried to keep track of the turns, the landmarks, but the forest refused to cooperate. A twisted root that looked like a broken finger one moment vanished the next. A moss-covered rock disappeared into the earth. There was no logic here, only chaos designed to disorient, to trap, to erase. I pulled the journal from my pack, flipping it open to the pages I'd torn out earlier. The survivalist's notes were scrawled in frantic handwriting, lines crossed out, margins filled with cryptic numbers and symbols. I read aloud, voice low, hoping to anchor myself in something real. The maze is alive. It moves. The lost become the walls. They forget. They disappear. I stopped, staring at the words. He's not just trapping them. He's breaking them. One of the hikers, a woman with wide eyes and shaky hands, finally spoke. "How do we get out?" "There's no way out." "I don't know," I admitted. "But I'm not going to let this place win." Her breath hitched. "You don't understand. I've been here before." Her words hit me like a punch. "What do you mean?" She swallowed hard, staring at the ground like it might swallow her whole. "They caught me months ago. Made me walk the maze. I escaped once, but I was dragged back. I thought this time I'd die here." I looked at her, really looked. The dirt under her nails, the hollow cheeks, the way her eyes darted to every shadow. This wasn't a stranger. She was part of the maze now. One of the lost. Behind us, a sudden rustle made us freeze. The ribbon pulsed brighter, as if warning us. I strained to see into the darkness, but it was like staring into a black hole. No shapes, no sounds, just that crackling tension, like the forest itself was holding its breath. "We have to keep moving," I said. "Whatever this is, it's not done with us." The maze opened up into a wider clearing, but the feeling of freedom was an illusion. Scattered around were remnants, a tattered backpack, a frayed boot, a crumpled water bottle. Signs of people who'd been here before, people who tried to escape. I knelt beside the backpack, fingers trembling. Inside, a faded photo caught the moonlight, two young men smiling, carefree. The edges of the photo were curled and stained. I knew they were missing hikers, just like the ones I'd read about. Real people. Real lives. The woman beside me whispered, "He wants to erase us. Not just keep us here. Erase us." A cold realization settled in my bones. This wasn't just a survivalist's sick game. It was a deliberate erasure. People didn't just disappear, they were wiped from existence, their stories forgotten. I looked back at the ribbon, pulsing steadily like a heartbeat. The maze was alive. And it was hungry. "We need a plan," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "We can't just wander. We have to find the center. The source." The two hikers exchanged uneasy glances. The man, who'd been silent until now, spoke, voice rough. The journal mentioned something. A cabin. A place where he watches. Controls the maze. A cabin. That explained the flickering light I'd seen earlier, the movement beyond the glow. The survivalist was here. Watching. Waiting. The woman shook her head. "We can't go back. If he catches us." Her words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. I didn't need her to finish the sentence. The survivalist's obsession wasn't just with trapping, it was with breaking. I knew then that turning back wasn't an option. The paths behind us were tangled, shifting. The forest had already swallowed the way out. I was in too deep. My hands trembled as I closed the journal. The night pressed in from all sides, cold and suffocating. My breath came in shallow bursts. I was no longer just a hiker lost in the woods. I was part of the maze now, another story waiting to be erased. "We move forward," I said, voice barely a whisper. "Together. No matter what." The ribbon pulsed brighter, lighting the path ahead. I stepped forward, the others close behind. The maze shifted again, swallowing us whole. The forest swallowed us whole, just like the maze had promised. I kept the journal clutched tight in my hand. The pages had felt brittle earlier, but now, in the damp air, they curled slightly at the edges, as if the forest was trying to reclaim them too. The entries were maddening scraps of a mind unraveling, a survivalist obsessed with making people disappear like ghosts. But ghosts left traces. This man, whoever he was, had built his maze not to trap animals or beasts, but to erase human existence from the map. And that meant we were his next victims. A rustle to my right made me freeze mid-step. The woman still beside me, eyes narrowing. The moon was a sliver behind thick clouds, barely enough light to tell the difference between a branch and a hand. I wanted to call out, to ask if someone was there, but the words caught like stones in my throat. Instead, I swallowed hard, forcing the air, cold and heavy with silence into my lungs, and waited. Nothing. Just the snapping of dry twigs underfoot somewhere deeper in the woods. Probably a deer, I whispered, unsure if I was trying to convince her or myself. She shook her head, low and slow. Not deer. Too deliberate. Like footsteps. I tightened my grip on the journal, feeling the rough edges dig into my palm. My heart hammered in my ears, loud enough to drown out the forest's quiet menace. The maze was alive, shifting beneath our feet, and whatever was out there wasn't just watching. It was waiting. We reached a clearing, a small, unnatural break in the trees. The ribbon's light flickered wildly here, like static on a broken screen. My eyes caught something at the edge of the clearing, a circle of stones, arranged carefully, too precise for random nature. In the center, a tarp, patched and worn, covered something bulky. Look, the woman said, voice barely more than a breath. I edged closer, senses screaming to stay alert. Pulling back the tarp revealed a makeshift cot, ragged blankets twisted and stained. Nearby, a small pile of canned food and a battered water bottle sat untouched, dust thick on their surfaces. The smell hit me next, something sharp, metallic, and sour, like old blood mixed with the damp earth beneath. My stomach churned. This was a campsite, I said. Someone's been here recently. She nodded, eyes scanning the treeline as if expecting shadows to detach themselves and leap forward. We're not alone. He's watching. A sudden crack, the snap of a branch breaking, made us both spin. Nothing there. But the silence that followed was worse than noise. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for us to make a mistake. I sat on the edge of the cot, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the journal. The woman crouched beside me, whispering, "We can't stay. But maybe we can use this." Use it? I asked. She pointed to a faded map pinned beneath the tarp, edges curling, ink smeared but still legible. There, scrawled in shaky handwriting, were marks and item, lines crisscrossing the forest like veins. It was a map of the maze itself. Do you think this is his? I asked. Only one way to find out, she said, voice tight. If we follow it, maybe we can find a way out. Or the others. I swallowed hard. The others. Missing hikers. People who had vanished, swallowed by the same labyrinth I was trapped in now. The survivalists' victims. The thought made my breath hitch. I wasn't just running for myself anymore. The wind shifted, carrying a faint sound, muffled voices. Was that laughter? Or crying? I couldn't tell. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the night, but my gut twisted in knots. Did you hear that? I whispered. She nodded. They're close. We have to move. Now. We packed up quickly, folding the tarp back over the cot and slipping the map into my jacket pocket. The ribbon's light grew steadier, almost urgent, as if it knew where to lead. I followed, heart pounding, ears straining for any sound that might warn us of the survivalists' presence. The trail twisted sharply, the trees closing in tighter, branches clawing at our faces and clothes. The air smelled of damp moss and something else, burnt wood, maybe? Or was it fear? It clung to my skin like a second layer, cold and prickly. We came to a fork, a choice point. The map was useless here, the lines smudged beyond recognition. I glanced at the woman, who shrugged, equally lost. The maze had no rules except one: keep moving. Right, I said, voice breaking the silence. Right, she echoed. We plunged down the path, the ribbon pulsing faster now, lighting our way like a heartbeat. The forest around us seemed to breathe, shadows stretching and shrinking with every step. I caught sight of something, a figure, just beyond a tree, but when I blinked, it vanished. My hands trembled again. I wanted to stop, to scream, to tell myself this was a nightmare I'd wake from. But there was no waking up here. Suddenly, the ground beneath us gave way. I stumbled, barely catching myself on a mossy root. The woman grabbed my arm. Careful. I nodded, swallowing a rising tide of panic. The path was crumbling, the earth unstable. The survivalist was closing in not just in body, but in the maze itself. It was designed to wear us down, to break us piece by piece. Ahead, the ribbon flickered wildly, then dimmed. Darkness. I reached into my jacket, fingers brushing the map's rough paper. The edges were damp, the ink bleeding like blood. The survivalist's handwriting was smeared, but one word stood out: cell. A place. Somewhere in the maze. Trapped. The realization hit me like a cold wave. This wasn't just a maze of paths. It was a prison. And we were inside the walls. I started, but the woman cut me off. Shoo. From the shadows came a voice. Low, calm, deliberate. Lost again? It wasn't a question. My breath caught. The ribbon's glow flickered one last time, then went dark. Silence. Complete silence. And then, footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Closing in. The footsteps stopped. A single voice broke the silence, calm but edged with something colder than ice. You shouldn't have come this far. It was close enough now that I could make out the faint rasp, like dry leaves being crushed underfoot. This place isn't for wandering. I swallowed hard. The map, damp and smeared, was still tucked in my jacket pocket, but pulling it out now would have been foolish. The survivalist's maze was alive, shifting, and whatever trap was set here had a mind of its own, or at least the mind of the person who built it. I couldn't tell if the voice was mocking or warning, but the undercurrent was clear. We were trespassing. And that wasn't going to be tolerated. Who's there? I finally managed, voice shaking. It sounded foreign, even to me. The woman beside me didn't say a word. Her silence was louder than any reply. A faint chuckle, dry and humorless. Names don't matter. You'll forget them soon enough. The words sent a chill down my spine, but I forced myself to stay still. Every instinct screamed to run, but where? The maze's paths twisted and overlapped, erasing themselves like memories fading from the mind. I could feel the earth beneath me, slick with moss and wet leaves. The cold seeped through my jacket, wrapping around my bones. Then, unexpectedly, the voice softened just a little. You see, this maze isn't just about trapping bodies. It's about erasing stories. People come here, and then they vanish. Like they never existed. That's the point. I glanced at the woman. Her eyes were dark pools reflecting the little light left, but something in her gaze flickered a spark of understanding, or maybe defiance. She squeezed my arm. We're not done yet. Her words gave me a sliver of courage, enough to whisper back, where are the others? The missing hikers? Lost, the survivalist replied, voice slipping into a sigh. All of them. They tried to fight the maze, but it doesn't let go. Not without a price. The weight of that statement settled heavily. I thought of the campsites we'd stumbled upon earlier, empty tents, discarded boots, whispered traces of desperate lives held captive by this twisted game. The survivalist wasn't just a man hiding in the woods. He was a force of erasure, a living shadow. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in the distance, weak but steady, like a candle struggling against the wind. The woman's head snapped toward it. That's the cell, she said. We have to move. "No," I said, voice hoarse. "We don't know what's waiting for us there." Her jaw tightened. "Whatever it is, it's better than waiting here." And she was right. Staying in the dark meant surrendering to the maze's will. We had to face it. Together. We moved carefully, the ground wet and uneven beneath our feet. The air smelled damp, tinged with the faint metallic scent of old blood, or was that just my imagination? My hands trembled, not just from cold but from the weight of what we were about to confront. The survivalist's game was more than a physical maze. It was a psychological trap, designed to break you down until you forgot who you were. The light grew brighter as we approached, revealing a clearing surrounded by towering pines. In the center stood a small, makeshift shelter or rusted metal container, half buried in undergrowth. The door hummed slightly ajar, creaking with each gust of cold wind. I stopped just short of the entrance, heart pounding. The woman glanced at me, her face pale but resolute. "Ready?" I nodded, though my hands felt numb. "Let's end this." Inside, the air was thick with stale breath and something sour, like sweat and old fear. The faint light came from a cracked lantern hanging on the wall, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts. And then I saw them. Figures huddled in the corners, gaunt and hollow-eyed. Faces I recognized from missing persons posters, names I'd read in news reports filed under disappeared. They looked up as we entered, eyes flickering with a mix of hope and disbelief. "Help," one whispered, voice barely audible. The sound was a raw thread of humanity, fragile but alive. My throat tightened. I knelt beside her, hands reaching out. "You're safe now. We're going to get you out." The woman moved quickly, checking the others, murmuring reassurances. There was no room for miracles here, just slow, deliberate steps toward freedom. The survivalist's maze had been beaten, but only because we refused to vanish. Outside, the first light of dawn was creeping into the sky, pale and tentative. The forest seemed less menacing in daylight, though the shadows lingered in my mind. We gathered the survivors, guiding them back along a path that finally felt real, solid beneath our feet. Later, at the ranger station, surrounded by the buzz of radios and concerned faces, I watched the survivors speak quietly to officials, their voices cracked but steady. Their stories unfolded slowly, hours and days trapped in the maze, the survivalists' twisted puzzles that tested every ounce of will. They spoke of fear, but also of resilience. I stood apart, the weight of everything settling deep inside me. The maze wasn't just a physical place, it was a fracture in the wilderness, a scar left by someone who wanted to erase lives, erase stories. But we had refused to be forgotten. That night, alone in my small apartment, the silence pressed down again. The map lay on the table, edges curled and ink blurred. I traced the routes with a finger, remembering the flickering ribbon and the cold voice in the dark. I thought about the woman who'd risked everything to keep moving, about the survivors who'd stared death in the face and still clung to hope. And I thought about the survivalist, his obsession, his madness. Did he think he could erase them? Erase us all? No! Not this time. I poured a glass of water, the cold liquid a sharp contrast to the warmth settling in my chest. The maze was behind me now, but its echoes would never leave. I'd carry them, like a shadow stitched to my skin. And maybe that was the real horror, the knowledge that some darkness doesn't fade, it just waits, shifting beneath the surface, ready to pull you back in. But for now, I was free. We were free. And that was something worth holding on to. Story 4, Unseen Presence Upstairs, Max's Uneasy Vigil. The house smelled like damp wood and old carpet when I got home that evening. I called out for Max, my golden retriever, though I already knew where he'd be. The sound of his paws padding across the linoleum floor came almost immediately, light and quick, and then he appeared in the hallway, tail wagging, tongue lolling out like he'd been waiting for me all day. He always did that, like I was the only thing that mattered once I stepped through the door. "Hey, buddy," I said, kneeling down to scratch behind his ears. His fur was warm and soft, the smell of him a mix of outdoors and something sweeter, maybe the dog shampoo I'd used last week. He leaned into my hand, eyes bright and patient, the way dogs are when they're happy and content. The kitchen light buzzed faintly above us, and I noticed the window was still open a crack, curtains fluttering slightly with the evening breeze. I must have left it that way in the morning, rushing out the door. I closed it without thinking much of it and flicked on the kitchen light properly. The room, with its faint smell of dust and decay filling with a yellow glow that made the chipped linoleum look even more worn. I started unpacking my bag, the rustle of papers and the clink of keys sounding unusually loud in the quiet house. Outside, a distant lawnmower droned, and a bird called somewhere nearby. It was the kind of ordinary noise that usually helped me settle after work, but tonight, it felt oddly out of place. Like the calm before something else. Max followed me into the living room, his nails clicking on the hardwood floor. He circled once and then settled by the couch, curling up as if he'd already decided this was his spot for the evening. I sank down beside him, stretching out my legs and letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The TV was off, but the glow of the streetlights outside filtered through the blinds, casting thin stripes across the carpet. I stared at the patterns for a while, watching the way the shadows shifted as the trees moved in the wind. The house felt quiet but not empty, more like it was waiting, holding its breath. That's when I heard it. A soft noise from upstairs. Like a shuffle. Not loud enough to be footsteps, more like fabric brushing against something. I froze, listening hard. The kind of silence that follows a sound feels louder somehow. Max's ears twitched, and he sat up, head cocked. Probably just the heater, I muttered to myself, though the old radiator had been silent all day. I stood and walked to the bottom of the stairs, peering up into the dim. Nothing. No movement. No sign anyone was there but me. The house was mine, or so I told myself. I went back downstairs and tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe it was just the wind, or the house settling. Old houses do that, after all. I told myself to stop imagining things. I poured a glass of water and drank it slowly, feeling the cold liquid slide down my throat, grounding me. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed Max acting strange. Normally, he followed me without hesitation, but tonight, he hesitated at the bedroom door. His body stiffened, and a low growl rumbled in his throat, the kind of growl that didn't come from a nightmare or a bad dream, but something deeper, something real. I crouched down and looked into his eyes. "What is it, boy? Come on in." But he didn't move. Instead, he stayed just outside the door, occasionally glancing back down the hall like he was watching something I couldn't see. I frowned and stepped into the room, closing the door behind me. The air was cooler here, heavier somehow. I ran my hand over the blanket on the bed, the rough texture scratching my palm. The window was shut tight, curtains drawn. No sign of anyone. Max stayed put, growling softly, his body tense. I sat down on the edge of the bed, unsure what to do. I reached out and patted his head, trying to calm him. "It's okay. It's just us." But even as I said it, I wasn't sure I believed it. The night stretched on, and every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside made me jump. I double-checked the locks on all the doors and windows, even though I was certain I'd done it earlier. The house seemed too quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears and makes you imagine things. Max finally settled at the foot of the bed, but he kept his eyes fixed on the hallway outside, ears twitching at every sound. I lay back, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the dark pressing down on me. Then I heard it again. A faint sound, like breathing or maybe just the wind. It came from the hallway. From the room Max refused to enter. I swallowed hard, heart suddenly sharp in my chest. I told myself it was nothing. Just the house. Just the night. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something was watching. I forced myself to sit up, muscles tense, eyes scanning the dim corridor. The breathing grew clearer, slower, too deliberate to be the wind. Max growled low, a warning vibrating through his throat. I grabbed the lamp on the nightstand, flicked it on, and aimed its weak glow toward the door. Shadows shifted. A cold chill crept over me, and the silence that followed was heavier than before. The hallway light flickered once more before settling into a steady, dim glow. I swallowed hard and pushed myself to my feet. Max hesitated, then followed, his body taut and his eyes locked on that dark threshold. I forced the door open a little wider. The room was empty. The thin curtain fluttered faintly against the cracked window, catching the moonlight like a gray ghost. No sign of anything or anyone. Still, I could feel it. The weight of something unseen, watching. Waiting. I backed out slowly and closed the door, my breath shallow. Max sat at the edge of the hallway, ears pricked, nose twitching. It was the kind of eerie silence that felt built from waiting, from something lurking just beyond your senses. I didn't sleep much that night. Max stayed close, occasionally crawling toward the hallway like he expected the shadow to move again. When dawn finally broke, pale and hesitant, I barely noticed. I was too restless, too tangled in the unease that clung to me like a second skin. The next morning, I didn't bother with the usual routine. No coffee. No radio. I just paced the living room, running my hands over the furniture, checking the locks on every door and window again. They were all secure, tight as they'd ever been. Still, the feeling didn't ease. If anything, it grew heavier, pressing down on my shoulders. Max refused to go near that one room all day. Every time I tried to coax him inside, he'd back away, hackles raised, eyes darting nervously. His unease was like a warning flag, impossible to ignore. I called my neighbor, Mrs. Calder, an older woman who'd lived next door for years. She was sharp, practical, and had a way of cutting through nonsense that I needed right then. We met on her porch, the sun sharp enough to make me squint. "Max acting strange?" she asked, watching the dog circle nervously around her rose bushes. "Yeah. Won't go into the guest room. Growls if I try to make him." My voice was tight. Mrs. Calder nodded slowly. "Dogs can sense things we don't. You sure it's not something like a rat or a possum?" I shook my head. "No." I checked. Nothing. It's like someone's been in the house. Watching. She frowned, then looked over at my place. "You mean a person?" I hesitated. "I don't know, but I think so. Last night, I heard breathing coming from that room. Not wind. Not pipes. Something deliberate." Her eyes narrowed. "You called the police?" "No. Not yet. I'm not sure what I'd even say. That I think someone's sneaking in and watching me? Sound nuts, right?" She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "No. Not nuts. Just scared. Listen, if someone's been inside your house, they'll leave something behind. A trace. You just have to find it." That was the moment I decided to start looking, really looking. Not just for the obvious. For the subtle, the small, the things you don't expect to notice until you're looking with a different kind of fear. Back at my house, I began a slow, methodical sweep. I started with the guest room, the one Max wouldn't enter. The floor was uneven near the window, the carpet threadbare in a patch. I crouched down and ran my fingers over it. Something caught my skin, a faint, rough texture. Dirt. Dust. Then I saw it, a small scuff mark on the wooden floorboard near the base of the window frame. It wasn't there before. I was sure of it. I checked the window locks. They were intact but felt looser than usual. That chill ran down my spine again. Someone had been here. I moved through the rest of the house, checking every door and window with the same careful eye. Nothing else seemed disturbed. The kitchen counters were clear except for a single, out-of-place coffee cup on the edge of the sink. I didn't recognize it. I picked it up, studying the faint lipstick stain on the rim. My stomach twisted. Who had been drinking coffee in my kitchen? And why left the cup behind? Max sat by the door, watching me with those dark, guarded eyes. I knew he wanted to warn me, but there was little he could do except stay alert. I tried calling my sister, Laura. She was the only person I trusted enough to share this with. When she picked up, her voice was bright and cheerful. "Hey, how's the new place?" I hesitated. "Laura, something's wrong. I think someone's been inside. Last night, Max wouldn't enter one of the rooms, and I heard breathing. Today, I found footprints near the window, and a coffee cup in the kitchen. I don't know what to do." There was a long pause. Then she said quietly, "You're not imagining it, are you?" I told her I wasn't sure. "Maybe call the police," she suggested. "Or install cameras? Motion sensors?" I rubbed my face, the weight of it pressing down. I don't want to overreact. What if it's nothing? What if I'm just being paranoid? Laura's voice softened. "You're not. Let me come over tomorrow. We'll figure this out together." I agreed, feeling a flicker of relief. Somehow, having someone else on my side made the house feel a little less like a trap. That night, I barely slept. Max stayed close, his body pressed against mine as if guarding my very breath. I kept the hallway lamp on, its weak light throwing long shadows against the walls. Every creak, every whisper of wind felt amplified. Around midnight, I heard it again. The slow, deliberate breathing. Coming from the hallway. From the guest room. My hands trembled as I reached for the phone, but then the line went dead, a sharp, sudden silence that sucked the warmth from the room. I sat frozen, heart pounding so loudly I thought it would burst. Max growled, low and warning, his eyes fixed on the darkened doorway. I wanted to call for help, to run, to do anything but sit there. But something stopped me. A voice deep inside, telling me to stay and see this through. I pulled the lamp closer and stood up. The door creaked open on its own. I swear it did. And then I saw it, a shadow, shifting just beyond the threshold. For a moment, I thought I was imagining things. Then the breathing stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Until a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. "Why are you looking?" I froze. The words hung in the air like a challenge, a question I couldn't answer. Not yet. The night stretched long, and I knew this was only the beginning. Someone was inside my house. Watching. Waiting. And now they had spoken. The whisper echoed in the dark like a cold finger tracing the back of my neck. The silence that followed was heavier than any noise. My breathing caught somewhere between shallow and sharp. I glanced down at Max. His eyes, usually warm and trusting, or wild and wary, locked onto that same dark corner. I knew then it wasn't just someone sneaking in and out. This presence was closer than I had dared imagine. Watching. Waiting. I wanted to scream. To call out. To run. But my voice was stuck, swallowed whole by the thick, cold air. Then, the door creaked shut. Not gently, but with a sharp, deliberate scrape that felt like a closing trap. I stumbled back and sank onto the bed, my hands trembling. Something inside me shifted. The idea that I could just pack up, drive away, hide somewhere else, gone. That option was gone. Whoever was here had already decided I wasn't leaving so easily. I'd been naive. Foolish. The locked doors, the double-checked windows, they were just part of a fragile illusion. The kind you build to convince yourself you're safe. But safety was a lie. The night dragged on. Max refused to move from beside me, his body tense, ears twitching at every creak. Outside, the usual sounds of the neighborhood were muted, as if even the world itself was holding its breath. I tried to make sense of it all, piecing together the strange signs, the missing items from the kitchen, the faint footprints in the mud outside, the way the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows bulb in the hallway flickered at odd intervals. Suddenly, it hit me. This wasn't random. Someone had been inside, watching us for days. Maybe weeks. And they knew my routines, my habits, even the way Max reacted to certain rooms. The thought tightened my chest. How many times had I passed them in the shadows without knowing? How long had they been shaping their presence around my life, growing bolder with each night? I reached for my phone again, fingers fumbling. The screen was dead. No signal. Nothing. Just silence. It wasn't just that they were inside the house. They cut off my lifeline, isolated me. Trapped me. I remembered the tiny scratch on the back door, almost invisible unless you looked closely. A deliberate mark, maybe to remind me this wasn't a game. That I was being watched, studied. I tried to tell myself it was a prank. A sick joke. But Max's growl told another story. His hackles were raised, his body rigid. He wasn't just reacting to a stranger. He was reacting to a threat. And I was the target. Morning came with no relief. The sunlight filtering weakly through the curtains did nothing to ease the tight knot in my stomach. Every creak in the floorboards, every distant siren, every sudden gust of wind set my nerves on edge. I moved cautiously, checking locks, inspecting windows, tracing the scratches and dents that hadn't been there before. Then, I found it. A small, folded piece of paper tucked beneath the welcome mat. My name, scrawled in uneven handwriting, stared up at me. Inside were words that didn't say much but said everything. I'm closer than you think. I swallowed hard. My throat was dry, and the stale taste of fear settled over my tongue. I wanted to rip the note apart, burn it, throw it away. But I couldn't. Because it was a message, clear and direct. And it meant there was no turning back. I was in this now, deep, tangled, and utterly exposed. I thought about calling my sister, telling her to come over, but then remembered the dead phone lines. I considered driving to the nearest gas station, but then realized the car keys were missing from the kitchen counter where I always left them. I checked the glove compartment. Empty. My heart slammed. Someone had been in every inch of this house. Max whimpered beside me, his black eyes full of warning. He pushed his cold nose into my hand, trying to comfort me, but I could feel the tremble in his body too. I wasn't alone. The day passed in a haze of broken concentration. I avoided the guest room entirely, the place where I'd first seen the shadow. Every time I glanced in its direction, I felt those eyes on me again. Watching. waiting. At some point, I realized that the front door was unlocked. How long had it been like that? I couldn't tell. Was it an invitation or a mistake? I locked it again. Twice. When night fell, I didn't want to be alone. I called my neighbor, Mrs. Larkins, the kindly retired schoolteacher down the street. She answered on the first ring, her voice warm and steady. "Are you all right?" she asked. I hesitated, then told her everything, the whispers, the shadows, the note. She didn't sound surprised. "You need to stay somewhere safe," she said firmly. "And call the police. This isn't something you should handle alone." But when I tried to call the police, the line was dead again. That's when I noticed the faint smell of cigarette smoke lingering in the air, odd, because neither I nor Max had ever been near cigarettes. It was a dry, acrid scent, like burnt paper mixed with something metallic. The smell was strongest near the back hallway, the same place Max wouldn't enter the night before. I forced myself to walk down that corridor. The walls were colder there, the plaster rough beneath my fingertips. The light bulb overhead flickered unevenly, casting jittery shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination. Then I saw it, a small camera, tucked high into the corner where the ceiling met the wall. Its lens glinted faintly, a black eye watching me even now. I stepped back, my stomach turning. Whoever was here wasn't just watching from the shadows. They'd been recording, documenting, invading my privacy in the most intimate way possible. That was the point of no return. I couldn't just call for help or run away anymore. The house, my life, had been breached, dismantled piece by piece. I was trapped in their game, and they were holding all the cards. Max crawled again, this time from the living room. I followed him, heart pounding, every nerve screaming. The front window was open, just a crack, but enough. The curtain fluttered violently in the cold night air. I closed it and locked the latch, hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped the key. Then I heard it, a soft tapping, like fingernails against glass. I froze. Outside, in the dim halo of the porch light, I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me. Unblinking. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Only the darkness. And the heavy weight of knowing I was not, and never would be, alone again. The cold night air pressed against the windows, carrying the faint rustle of dry leaves skittering across the porch. I whispered again, voice tight and brittle, "Who are you?" But the darkness swallowed my words instantly. The eyes didn't blink or shift, just stayed there, watching. A sudden gust slammed the front door shut behind me with a thud that echoed through the hallway. I jumped, startled, and Max barked sharply, tearing his gaze from the window to the doorway. The curtain swayed, the chill creeping deeper into the room. I wanted to close the curtains tight, lock every door, but I couldn't move fast enough. My hands trembled, fingers fumbling as I reached for the latch. Then, a soft tapping sound came again, this time from the back porch door. Fingernails dragging, slow and deliberate, against the glass. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and Max's growl deepened into something guttural, threatening. He stood rigid, hackles raised, staring at the door. I forced myself toward it, every step weighted with dread. The hallway light flickered overhead, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to twitch at the edges of my vision. My breath caught as I reached the handle. My fingers brushed the cold glass, and the tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Outside, the world was black except for the dim halo of the porch light. No eyes this time, just the faint outline of a figure, half hidden behind the lattice fence. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, only that they were still, like a statue carved out of the shadows. "Go away," I said, voice shaking, louder than I'd meant. "You don't belong here." No answer. Just the rustling leaves, the distant sound of a dog barking somewhere down the street, and the metallic taste of fear that coated my tongue. Max tugged at his leash, desperate to get outside, to chase or confront the intruder. I held him back, knowing it wouldn't end well. We were trapped between the walls of this house and whoever was out there, silently invading my life. Later, after locking every door and window with trembling hands, I sat on the couch, Max curled tight against my side. The house felt different, smaller, suffocating. Every shadow seemed exaggerated, every creak a threat. I kept replaying the moment at the window, the cold stare of those eyes. Watching. Waiting. I told myself I was imagining it, that maybe it was just some kid playing a prank or a neighbor wandering too close. But the feeling in my gut said otherwise. This wasn't random, it was deliberate. Someone had been here before, sneaking around, leaving traces I couldn't see. Recording me, my home, my life. The morning light did little to ease the tension. I woke with Max pacing nervously at the foot of the bed, eyes darting toward every window and door. I tried to shake off the residue of night coffee brewing in the kitchen, the sharp smell of cream and sugar mixing with the lingering scent of damp earth from an open window. But the house wasn't the same. I found a small circle scratched into the living room floorboards near the vent, something I hadn't noticed before. It looked deliberate, like a marker. I frowned, tracing the rough edges with a fingertip. I must have missed it in the dark. I knew I couldn't stay passive. I started searching, room by room, pulling back curtains, opening cupboard doors, checking behind furniture. Max stayed close, nose to the ground, ears twitching at every sound. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared that whoever had been here might still be. In the back hallway, I found a faint footprint in the dust on the floor, too big for me, too small for Max. It was fresh, as if someone had slipped through here just hours before. My throat tightened. I thought about calling the police, but hesitated. I wasn't sure what to say. That someone had been watching me? That they'd recorded me? How could I prove it? Then I remembered the old security camera in the corner of the kitchen ceiling, the one I'd installed years ago and forgotten about. I grabbed the remote control and switched it on. The screen flickered to life, grainy but clear enough to make out shadows moving. I scanned through the footage from the past few nights. There, in the corner of one clip, a figure slipped through the back door, silent and careful. The face was always hidden, hood up, head down, just a silhouette, but the posture was deliberate, calculating. Watching me. Watching Max, watching the house. I felt sick. The intruder wasn't just trespassing, they were stalking. I wasn't imagining things. And they weren't going to stop. That night, I barely slept. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the siding, set my nerves on edge. Max refused to enter the bedroom, growling low whenever I tried to coax him in. I ended up sleeping on the couch, clutching the remote control like a lifeline. Hours passed, the house settling into a heavy silence, until a sudden noise jolted me awake, a faint scraping from the kitchen. I froze, breath shallow, pulse pounding in my ears. Max was alert immediately, ears pricked, body stiff. I crept toward the kitchen, heart hammering, every instinct screaming to run. The light above the sink flickered, casting a harsh glare over the countertop. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance, but then I noticed a small digital recorder lying face up on the floor near the trash bin. I picked it up, fingers trembling as I pressed play. The voice on the recording was low, calm, but unmistakably close. It was someone speaking about me, describing my routines, my habits, even my conversations. The sound of footsteps, the scrape of a chair, the clink of dishes in the background. Someone had been living in my house, watching me through walls I thought were secure. Max crawled behind me, a warning. I spun around, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from the footage lurking just out of sight. But the kitchen was empty. I locked the door to the room, pocketed the recorder, and sat down heavily on the cold tile floor. The weight of it all pressed down on me, heavier than any fear before. This wasn't just invasion. It was control. I knew then I had to confront this, face whatever was tearing through my life. I couldn't hide. I couldn't run. Because the person watching me wasn't going anywhere. And tonight, I was going to find out why. I sat on the cold tile floor of the kitchen, the recorder still clutched in my hand. The voice on the tape played over and over in my head. Calm, methodical, like the person who'd recorded it had rehearsed every word, every detail. They knew me. They'd been inside my house when I wasn't looking. Watching through walls I thought were solid. Safe. I didn't sleep that night. The house felt different, smaller, more claustrophobic. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the siding sent my senses spiraling. I barely moved, afraid that any sound might draw out the watcher, whoever they were. Max stayed close, his body pressed against my leg, his warmth a fragile shield against the cold dread settling over me. Morning came with a gray light filtering through the curtains. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the recorder, my fingers tapping nervously on the oak surface. I had to figure out what to do. Calling the police felt complicated. What exactly would I say? Someone sneaking around my house, watching me, leaving no trace? And the cops would probably chalk it up to my imagination, or some neighborhood prankster. But I knew better. I took the recorder to the station, hands still shaking. The officer who listened seemed polite but skeptical. "We'll check for fingerprints, any evidence," he said. But I could tell he didn't expect much. The whole time, I thought about how this intruder had managed to avoid leaving anything concrete behind. No footprints, no fingerprints, no forced entry. Like a ghost. Back home, I changed the locks and installed new alarms, though I knew none of it would stop someone who'd been so careful. Max's behavior hadn't improved either. Every night, he'd prowl at the same spots, the hallway outside the guest room, the corner near the basement door. I started sleeping in the living room, lights on, Max at my side. Weeks passed. The recording stopped. The footsteps, the whispers, gone. The camera showed nothing. But the feeling lingered, like a shadow stretched across the walls of my life. I began to notice other things, small changes to the house, subtle but unmistakable. A picture frame shifted, a drawer left slightly ajar, the faint scent of something metallic and cold that I couldn't place. I stopped trusting my own senses. Was I imagining it all? Was the exhaustion playing tricks on me? But Max never wavered. His growls were real. His fear was real. Then, one evening, I found a note slipped under the door. Just a few words, scrawled in messy handwriting. "I'm still here." No signature. No explanation. I sat with it for a long time, the paper trembling in my hand. The message was simple but heavy. They weren't going to stop. Not unless I confronted it head on. I started leaving signs for whoever was watching. A book left open on the counter, a chair knocked over, lights flicked on and off in patterns. I wanted to show them I knew their presence. That I wasn't helpless. One night, Max's growling led me to the basement door again. This time, I forced it open. The stale air hit my face, thick with dust and neglect. I clicked on the flashlight, the beam slicing through darkness that felt alive. There, in a narrow crawl space behind a stack of boxes, I found a small hole in the wall, just big enough for someone to slip through. I crouched, heart pounding, every instinct screaming to run. But I stayed. I traced my fingers around the edges of the hole. Fresh scratches. Marks from nails or tools. Whoever had been here was close, too close. I reported it to the police again, showing them the hole. This time, they took it seriously. Officers came with flashlights and tools, sealing the opening, checking every inch of the house. They found nothing else. No suspect. No sign. But I changed after that. I stopped going out alone at night. Friends noticed I was jumpy, on edge. I told them it was stress, a break in the routine. The truth was darker. I was always waiting. Waiting for the watcher to return. Max never stopped guarding. Sometimes I caught him staring at the walls, ears perked, muscles tense. I wondered if he saw things I couldn't. Shadows moving just beyond sight. Whispers curling through the silence. Months later, I moved. The house, the memories, they were too much. I left behind the hole in the wall, the taped voices, the invisible presence that had invaded my life. But the feeling didn't leave me. In the quiet of my new apartment, when the street is too still, and the night too dark, I catch myself listening. Waiting. For footsteps that never come, for whispers that never fade. Sometimes, in the space between heartbeats, I think about the person who watched me. The one who knew my routines, my habits, my fears. What drove them? Obsession? Loneliness? Malice? I'll never know. But I do know this: our walls, no matter how thick, can never keep out the shadows cast by another's mind. And sometimes, the real horror isn't what's visible in the dark. It's the knowledge that someone can be there, just beyond your sight, and you'll never truly be alone again. That lingering presence twists itself into every quiet moment, a silent reminder that some fears don't fade, they only grow sharper with time. Story 5, Silent Tongues, Unspoken Dread Beneath Polite Smiles. The first morning was quieter than I expected. Moving abroad had been my idea of adventure and escape from the predictable humdrum of home. I thought I was prepared for the change, but there's a difference between being ready and actually being there. The town was small, cobblestones and faded plaster buildings with peeling paint, like a postcard from a forgotten era. The kind of place where everyone seemed to know everyone else, even if you were just passing through. Or at least, that's what I thought. I got up and padded across the cool wooden floorboards, the worn grain rough beneath my feet. The air smelled faintly of something fried, maybe onions or garlic wafting from a neighbor's kitchen. It was early, maybe 8 o'clock, but the streets were already stirring. People moved with a measured pace, heads bowed slightly, smiles polite but thin, as if they were carrying invisible weights. At the corner bakery, the woman behind the counter gave me a nod, but her eyes flickered away too fast to catch anything behind the politeness. I smiled back, though it felt hollow. Her hands, folded neatly in front of her, trembled just a little. I wondered if I'd imagined it. Probably. The language was my biggest hurdle. I could get by with the basics, ordering coffee or asking for directions, but the subtleties, the way people said things between the words, were a mystery. It felt like a code I hadn't cracked yet, a puzzle where one wrong move could snap the whole thing apart. I was aware of my accent, my odd turns of phrase. I knew I sounded foreign. Maybe that was why the smiles never quite reached the eyes. I spent that morning wandering through narrow alleys lined with shuttered windows and faded signs. The sun hit the stone walls at an angle that made everything glow gold, but the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows didn't feel warm, exactly. More like it was spotlighting the cracks and imperfections. I stopped at a small cafe, the kind where the tables sat just inches from the street, and ordered a cup of black coffee. The bitter taste was sharp on my tongue, but it was grounding. A man at the table next to mine glanced my way, his eyes narrowing briefly before returning to his newspaper. His jacket was threadbare at the elbows, and a faint smell of smoke clung to him. I caught a snippet of conversation from a nearby table, words I didn't fully understand but that sounded urgent, almost conspiratorial. Something about misplaced trust and the word no one says. I tried to focus, but the words slipped through me like water. The locals were polite. Too polite. Their smiles were like masks, and beneath them, I could feel the undercurrent of caution, maybe even suspicion. It was subtle at first, like a shadow in the corner of your eye. You notice it, but when you turn your head, there's nothing there. Later that afternoon, I stopped by the small market near the square. The stalls were packed with fresh vegetables, cheeses wrapped in paper, and jars of something dark, preserves, maybe. The vendor was an older woman with a face lined like a well-read book, eyes sharp and unblinking. I tried to ask her about the local dialect, about the meanings behind certain words, but she answered with vague smiles and phrases that didn't quite add up. Then, as I was turning away, I heard her whisper something just under her breath. I caught the word Estranio. It sounded like a label, a mark. My stomach tightened. I asked her to repeat it, but she only shook her head and smiled, the expression not quite reaching her eyes this time. I walked away, the word echoing in my mind. Estranio. Stranger. Outsider. A simple word, but somehow heavy with judgment. I thought about how language could shape reality, could build invisible walls just as solid as bricks. What if I wasn't just different in appearance or accent, but marked by something as fragile as a misunderstood word? The sun was dipping behind the hills when I made my way back to my apartment. The air had cooled, and the street lamps flickered on one by one, casting long shadows across the pavement. From somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, cutting through the calm. Silence returned quickly after, thick and absolute. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar creak of the wooden floor feeling oddly comforting. I leaned against the wall and exhaled slowly, trying to shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The place was quiet, but not empty. I could hear the faint hum of voices from other apartments, the clink of dishes, the scrape of chairs on tile. Then, as I set down my bag, my phone buzzed. A message. From a number I didn't recognize. Don't speak the word. No signature. No explanation. I stared at the screen, my fingers trembling slightly despite myself. What word? What warning was this? I wanted to laugh it off, tell myself it was a prank, but the cold knot in my stomach told me otherwise. Outside, the night deepened. The streetlights flickered again, briefly plunging the street into darkness before buzzing back to life. The quiet was no longer peaceful. It was waiting. I knew then that this place, with all its polite smiles and quiet streets, held secrets far darker than I'd ever imagined. And I was already tangled in them. The message lingered on my phone screen, stubborn and unread. I sat on the edge of the bed, the thin mattress creaking beneath me. The faint smell of damp plaster mixed with the stale scent of last night's coffee. Outside, the street was quiet, but the occasional bark of a dog echoed like a reminder someone was still awake, still watching. I traced the grain of the wooden floor with my fingertips, trying to anchor myself somewhere safe. The next morning came too soon. I woke with a sore throat, scratchy and dry, as if the night had swallowed my voice whole. The sunlight was weak, filtered through the threadbare curtains, and the apartment felt colder than I remembered. I pulled my sweater tighter and stared at the message again, wondering what word could carry such weight. I didn't even know the language well enough to guess which words might be dangerous. I decided to leave the apartment. The quiet streets felt less intimidating in daylight, but the polite smiles I'd been met with before now seemed sharper, more deliberate. I passed the bakery where I'd bought bread the day before. The woman behind the counter gave me a small nod, eyes flickering to my face as if measuring it. I returned the nod, feeling the weight of her gaze like a physical thing pressing against my skin. Language lessons started that afternoon. I had signed up for a small group class downtown, hoping to build some connection beyond these thin, cautious interactions. The classroom was cramped, with cracked white walls and a faint smell of chalk and dust. The teacher, a middle-aged woman with a calm voice, encouraged us to speak, but I stumbled over the words, my tongue unfamiliar and clumsy. During a break, I overheard a conversation between two students. They spoke quickly, their voices low but urgent. I caught a single word repeated twice: isolatia. Isolation. It stuck with me. The word seemed ordinary enough, but the way they exchanged glances made me suspect it held some deeper meaning. Back in my apartment that evening, I opened my notebook and wrote down every new word I'd learned. I stared at isolatia, circling it with a shaky pen. The idea of isolation had already begun to feel like a threat rather than a concept. The local smiles that day felt like masks hiding a threat I couldn't yet name. That night, I went out for a walk, hoping fresh air would clear my thoughts. The streets were quieter now, shadows stretching long and thin. I passed a small park where a group of elderly men sat on benches, their conversation low and serious. They glanced at me as I passed, lips twitching in what might have been a smile or a warning. I stopped near a street lamp, the light flickering overhead, casting trembling shadows. A sudden chill ran down my spine despite the mild air. The word isolatia echoed in my mind, and I realized it wasn't just about being alone. It was about being cut off, excluded, cast out without explanation. The next day, fueled by a restless urgency, I began asking more questions. At the grocery store, I tried to engage the cashier in small talk, using the few phrases I'd learned. She responded with short answers, but I noticed the way her eyes sharpened when I mentioned the word isolatia. She glanced around before whispering, "Be careful what you say." Back home, my phone buzzed again. Another message, this time just a single word, "to lie." I stared at it, trying to reconcile the warning with the new word. Was the danger in truth or deception? Was I being told to hide something, or warned about others hiding from me? I felt the walls closing in, the polite facades fracturing to reveal something brittle and unforgiving beneath. The language wasn't just a tool, it was a gatekeeper. A single misstep could erase me from this fragile community I was trying desperately to join. That night, as I lay in bed, the shadows outside my window seemed to pulse with silent threats. My phone buzzed once more. This time, a voice message. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the play button. Then, with a breath that caught in my throat, I pressed it. The voice was low, distorted, almost mechanical. A single sentence repeated twice. "Don't say it. Don't say it." I pulled the blanket tight around my shoulders, the room suddenly too small, too suffocating. The word, whatever it was, wasn't just a word anymore. It was a sentence. A sentence that could end everything. Silence. Complete silence. Then, an unexpected knock at the door. My heart lurched. Who could it be at this hour? I froze, listening intently. The knock came again, softer this time, almost hesitant. I swallowed hard and moved toward the door, every nerve screaming for me to stop. But curiosity won over fear. I cracked the door open just enough to peek through the narrow gap. A shadowed figure stood there, framed by the dim hallway light. "It's me," a whisper came, barely audible. "We need to talk. Now." The urgency in the voice sent a chill down my spine. I hesitated, then stepped aside, letting the visitor slip inside without a word. The blanket slipped from my shoulders, forgotten, as the door clicked shut behind us. The room felt suddenly colder, the faint smell of rain seeping in from the cracked window. The figure moved closer, revealing a face I hadn't seen in years, lined with worry, eyes shadowed but familiar. "You shouldn't be here," they said, voice low and urgent. "Not like this." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing heart. "Why now? After all this time?" They glanced nervously toward the door before turning back. "Because they're coming. And they're closer than you think." A knot tightened in my stomach. "Who?" They shook their head, frustration flickering across their features. "I don't have much time. You need to leave. Tonight." I took a step back, disbelief and fear battling inside me. "Leave? But everything. Everything will be gone if you don't." Their tone left no room for argument. "Pack only what you can carry. I'll explain on the way." The rain outside grew heavier, pattering against the glass like a countdown. I grabbed my bag from the corner, heart pounding as the shadows pressed in around us. The night was only beginning, and nothing would ever be the same. The rain hammered harder now, a relentless drum against the window pane, as if the night itself was trying to drown out the conversation. As we slipped out into the street, the cold air hit me like a shock. The smell of wet asphalt mixed with the faint odor of something metallic, maybe the distant rust of old city pipes, or something less identifiable. I swallowed hard, the knot inside tightening. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting shadows to detach themselves from the walls and chase us. But it was only the usual night sounds, a dog barking somewhere far off, the low hum of a distant car engine, footsteps echoing on cracked pavement. They led the way silently, their pace brisk but cautious. I noticed the way their eyes darted at every turn, scanning for signs I couldn't see yet. That familiarity I'd felt moments ago was already fraying, replaced by an intense, almost desperate focus. "Who are they?" I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "They're the ones who enforce the rules," came the low reply. "Not the police, not the government. Something older. More. Ingrained." I blinked, trying to piece it together. "Enforce what? What rules?" They hesitated, then finally said, "The language. The word. The one you said wrong." The blood drained from my face. I remembered that moment, the word I'd used in the cafe, the one that had caused that sudden shift in the waiter's expression. I chalked it up to a misunderstanding, a subtle cultural difference. But it wasn't just a mistake. It was a crime. A sentence. "You mean they punish people for speaking incorrectly?" My voice was barely audible. "Not just speaking. For meaning. For intent. The language here doesn't just communicate, it controls. It defines who belongs. One wrong word, and you're erased. Erased." The word echoed in my mind like a warning bell. I'd felt the cold shoulder, the polite smiles that didn't quite reach the eyes, but I'd never imagined it went this deep. It wasn't paranoia. It was a system, quiet, ruthless, invisible. We turned a corner into a narrow alley, the walls pressing in with the damp smell of mold and decay. A flickering streetlight bathed everything in a sickly yellow glow, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. I shivered, not from the cold but from the realization that I was trapped in a world where language was a tool, and I was an unarmed target. "We have to get you ready," they muttered, glancing around again. "There's no going back. You've crossed the line now." I wanted to argue, to say I hadn't meant harm, that it was an honest mistake. But the look in their eyes stopped me. This wasn't about fairness or forgiveness. This was survival. They pulled out a small notebook, its pages filled with scribbles of words and phrases, corrections and warnings. This is what you need to understand. Every syllable, every inflection. If you don't learn fast, they'll find you. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The weight of the notebook was heavy in my hands, heavier than any book should be. It was a map, a guide, a lifeline, and a noose. As we moved through the city's back streets, I caught glimpses of life continuing around us, windows glowing with warm light, laughter echoing faintly from open doors. For a moment, it felt like a different world, one I'd never truly been part of. The polite smiles I'd seen before now seemed like masks hiding something far darker. We stopped in front of an unmarked door, the wood warped and peeling. They knocked in a pattern I couldn't decipher. The door opened just a crack, and a pair of eyes studied us before slipping inside. We followed, the scent of stale cigarettes and boiled cabbage filling the cramped room. Inside, a group of people sat around a battered table, eyes flicking up as we entered. They didn't smile. They didn't speak. The tension was palpable, like holding your breath underwater, waiting for the moment you have to surface and face whatever's above. One of them, a woman with sharp features and a voice like gravel, looked at me and said something I almost didn't catch. "We have been watching." I blinked. "Watching?" "Yes," she said, leaning forward. "You don't realize how many eyes are on you. The language police, the watchers, the silent tribunal. They decide who stays, who goes. And you've already been judged." I swallowed hard, the room spinning slightly. But what happens if you're judged? Is there a trial? A chance to explain? The woman's laugh was cold, humorless. "No. There's only exile. Removal. A quiet disappearance. You lose your place in the world, and no one remembers you." I pressed my palms against the rough plaster wall, trying to steady myself. The wall seemed to close in tighter, the air thick with unspoken threats. The idea of vanishing, of being erased from this society without a trace, sent a shiver down my spine. It was more terrifying than any visible threat. The person who had warned me earlier spoke again, softer this time. "You're here because you're valuable. Not everyone gets this chance." I looked up, confusion mixing with dread. "Valuable? How?" "Because you don't belong. Not yet. But you want to. They want to decide if you can." A silence stretched between us, broken only by the distant wail of a siren and the occasional creak of the old building settling. I realized then that leaving tonight wasn't just about escape, it was about committing to something I barely understood, stepping into a shadow world with no clear end. They handed me a folded sheet of paper, words scrawled in a handwriting that was both clear and cryptic. "Memorize this. Speak it correctly. It's your shield." I unfolded it carefully, the paper trembling in my hands. The words seemed innocent, but I sensed the weight behind them. A single misstep, a wrong tone, and everything would unravel. Outside, the rain slowed to a drizzle, the first light of dawn threatening the darkness. But for me, the night was far from over. I had crossed a line, and there was no turning back. As I stepped out into the cold morning air, the city waking around me, I realized with a sinking certainty that my life was no longer mine to control. The language that once seemed a barrier to understanding was now the very cage holding me captive. And somewhere, just beyond the fog and fading stars, they were waiting. Watching. Judging. I could feel it in the weight of every word I spoke, every glance I exchanged. I was marked. And the only way forward was through a maze I hadn't even begun to map. The notebook in my bag felt heavier than ever, a constant reminder that one wrong syllable could mean the end. I took a breath, tasted the cold air mixed with the faint hint of rain and concrete, and forced myself to move. Because the truth was clear now, there was no escape. Not really. Not anymore. The rain finally stopped, but the chill lingered, seeping into my bones like a slow, insidious ache. I stood outside the cafe, clutching the folded paper as if it might dissolve between my fingers. The sky was a pale gray, the kind that made everything look washed out except for the shadows, which still clung stubbornly to corners and alleyways. The city was waking, but I felt like I was slipping further into a waking nightmare. That paper, the one they'd handed me with such polite smiles, was both shield and noose. I traced the ink with a trembling finger. The words were simple, almost banal, but I knew better now. Language here wasn't just communication, it was the gatekeeper. A single misstep, a misunderstood phrase, and you ceased to exist in their world. I had learned that the hard way. I tried to steady my breathing as I walked. The notebook in my bag shifted against my side, heavy and accusing. I'd been scribbling notes for weeks, piecing together the fragments of this hidden social order. But the more I uncovered, the less certain I was about what any of it meant, or how to survive it. I stopped by the corner where the old library used to be, now boarded up and forgotten. The wood was rough beneath my fingertips, damp from the morning mist, and smelled faintly of rot and dust. A dog barked somewhere distant, sharp and sudden enough to make me jump. The sound echoed oddly, as if it didn't belong in this part of the city anymore. My phone buzzed. A message from Lena. She was my only friend here, the only person who had dared to speak honestly with me. I hesitated before opening it. Meet me at the square. We need to talk. Urgent. Urgent. The word sent a spike of unease through me. Lena rarely used it. I pocketed the phone and quickened my pace, the streets slick beneath my shoes. Around me, the city seemed to hold its breath. At the square, I found Lena leaning against a lamppost, her face drawn and pale. The early light caught in her eyes, making them glint with something I couldn't quite place. Fear? Anger? Both? She didn't waste time. You shouldn't have taken that paper, she said, voice low. You don't understand what it means. Not fully. I swallowed hard. I know it's dangerous. But I have to know. Why me? Why the warnings? She shook her head. It's not about you. Not exactly. It's about language. About control. That paper. It's a list. Names. People who've been marked, maybe even exiled. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. Exiled? You mean they're cast out? Lena nodded. It's worse than that. Outcast isn't just social. It's erasure. No one speaks to you. No one looks at you. You become invisible. Like a ghost who's forgotten how to haunt. Her words hit me harder than I expected. I thought about the silent dinners, the sudden cold shoulders, the way conversation stopped when I entered a room. I'd blamed my accent, my awkwardness, but maybe it was something deeper. I asked, voice barely above a whisper, how do they decide? Who gets on the list? She glanced around, then leaned in closer. It's never just one word or one mistake. It's the wrong combination, the wrong tone, the wrong gesture at the wrong time. The language shifts, meanings change in ways you won't catch until it's too late. And once you're marked, there's no appeal. My hands clenched into fists. But how do I avoid it? How do I protect myself? Lena's eyes were sharp now, almost fierce. You don't. Not entirely. You learn to read the signs, to stay invisible in a different way. To speak without really speaking. To listen for what's not said. I felt the weight of her words settle over me like a shroud. The thought of living like that, constantly walking a tightrope, terrified of a single slip, made my chest tighten painfully. Then she added, I know someone. Someone who's been through this. They might be able to help you understand. But you have to trust me. Trust. That was the hardest part. The locals' polite smiles had always felt like masks, but now I saw them as shields against strangers like me, against outsiders who could never fully belong. We moved through the streets side by side, the city's usual hum reduced to a low, tense murmur. Every glance from passers-by felt loaded, every casual greeting a potential trap. The language was a minefield, and I was navigating blind. Lena led me to a small cafe tucked away behind a row of shops. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with the scent of strong coffee and something faintly metallic, maybe the bitterness of overused espresso machines. A man sat alone at a corner table, his features sharp, his eyes dark and unreadable. This is Merrick, Lena said quietly. He's been through the exile. Came back. She paused, watching me closely. If anyone can explain what you're up against, it's him. Merrick looked up, his gaze cutting straight through me. You're playing with fire, he said, voice steady but low. That paper is not a shield, it's a target. You carry it, and they know you're aware. That changes everything. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee on my tongue suddenly bitter. Then what am I supposed to do? Pretend I don't see it. Pretend I'm not already marked. He leaned forward, the flickering light from the window casting shadows across his face. You have two choices. Hide or fight. But fighting here isn't like what you think. It's quiet. Invisible. It's about language, about silence, about what you don't say as much as what you do. I felt a surge of frustration, hot and sharp. How do you live like that? Like a ghost? Marek's eyes darkened with something I couldn't place. Regret. Resignation? You don't live. You survive. And sometimes, even that feels like too much. The conversation left me hollow. I'd come seeking answers, but the truth was a labyrinth with no clear exit. The city around us hummed and breathed, indifferent to the invisible battles waged in whispered words and sidelong glances. As I left the cafe, the sky had shifted again. Clouds gathered, heavy and low, blotting out what little light remained. The air grew colder, sharper, as if the city itself was closing in. I walked without direction, my mind racing. How many had vanished before me? How many had been erased because of a single misunderstood word, a phrase twisted by unseen hands? And now I was marked, hunted by language itself. The notebook felt impossibly heavy in my bag, a reminder that knowledge wasn't safety. The air was heavier that evening, thick with a dampness that clung to my skin and the rough stone of the alley walls. I stood just beyond the dim glow of the street lamp, the light flickering erratically, casting shadows that seemed to stretch and shrink with every errant gust of wind. The usual hum of distant voices and laughter had thinned to a cautious murmur, as if the town itself was holding its breath. I had come to understand, painfully and slowly, that this place was not like the others I'd known. The polite smiles, the quick nods in the market, the casual good mornings, all of it was a veneer. Beneath lay a lattice of suspicion, a web woven through language and silence. I learned too late that a single word, misspoken or misunderstood, could unravel everything. Tonight, I was about to find out how fragile my standing truly was. It began with a conversation at the cafe down the street. I had been practicing my language, not just the words, but the subtleties, the inflections that shifted meaning like the tide. I thought I was improving. Thought I was blending in, bit by bit. Then I said it. A word that seemed harmless, one I'd heard endlessly from the locals. But in my clumsy accent, with my foreign intonation, it sounded off. The woman across the table, Anya, blinked. Her smile thinned. The air between us thickened like molasses. "I don't think you meant it that way," she said carefully, her voice low. I laughed nervously, trying to brush it off. "I'm still learning." I could feel the eyes of the others at the table narrowing. The subtle shift in their posture, the way their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes anymore. That night, I lay awake, the words spinning in my head, twisting. It was more than just a mistake. It was a breach, a violation of an invisible code I hadn't yet deciphered. The language was a map, yes, but the territory was a minefield. The next day, I noticed the change everywhere. The butcher who once greeted me with a friendly nod now averted his eyes. The children who chased each other down the narrow streets paused and stared silently as I passed. Even the old woman at the bakery, who always slipped an extra roll into my bag, looked away. It was subtle at first, but the isolation grew like a slow poison. The word had marked me, and I was becoming an outsider. I retreated to my small apartment, the walls pressing in with an oppressive closeness. The familiar creaks and groans of the building felt suddenly hostile. I could no longer pretend the shadows were anything but watchful. I thought about leaving, about packing up and going back to where no one cared if I stumbled over a word or two. But I had come here for a reason, to start again, to find something real beneath the surface. So I stayed. Days passed in a blur of silences and sidelong glances. I tried to repair the damage, to apologize in the way I'd been taught, carefully, humbly, with the right words strung together like fragile beads. But the mistrust was a wall I couldn't climb. It wasn't just about language anymore. It was about belonging. And I wasn't sure I could. Then there was the conversation with Mr. Havel. He was the quiet man who ran the small bookstore on the corner, a place I had come to think of as a refuge. One afternoon, as I browsed the worn spines, he approached me with a slow, deliberate step. "You understand now," he said, not unkindly, "that words are more than they seem here. They carry weight. They carry history." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. I didn't mean to offend. He smiled faintly, eyes crinkling. "Intent matters less than perception. We live by the language our ancestors left us. One wrong word can shift the balance." His words settled over me like a heavy fog. I realized then that I was not just learning a language, I was learning an entire worldview, a social code that was invisible to outsiders until it was too late. That night, I sat by the window, watching the town settle into darkness. The familiar street lamps flickered on, their light pooling like warm tea on the cobblestones. The scent of rain hung faintly in the air, fresh and sharp. I thought about the word again. How it had undone me. How it had isolated me. And yet, I also thought about the people who remained, those who had not turned away, who still offered a nod, a brief smile, a small kindness. Maybe the language was a gate. Maybe the key was patience, humility, and time. Weeks turned into months. I kept learning, listening, absorbing the nuances others took for granted. I became more careful, more attuned to the subtle shifts in tone and meaning. I watched how people navigated the unspoken rules, how a glance or a pause could speak volumes. Slowly, the walls began to crack. One evening, as I walked home beneath a sky smudged with stars, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned. Anya was there, her face soft in the lamplight. She smiled, tentative. "I heard you at the market today," she said. "You used the word correctly. It was a small thing. A simple acknowledgement. But it felt like a bridge. We walked together for a while, the silence between us lighter than before. At home, I reflected on how far I'd come. The fear that had gripped me, the loneliness, the whispered judgments, they hadn't disappeared, but they no longer ruled me. I had learned to navigate the fragile social order, to respect its hidden rules without losing myself. I wasn't fully accepted, not yet. But I was no longer invisible. The town's mistrust was a living thing, shaped by history, by wounds too deep to name. But it was not impenetrable. Language was both a barrier and a key. As I lay down that night, the weight on my chest eased just a little. I had found a place between the shadows and the light, a space where I could belong cautiously, imperfectly, but genuinely. And that was enough. Silence. Complete silence. Outside, the night whispered secrets I was finally ready to hear. Story 6, Time at Midway Rest Stop, Distorted Clocks and Endless Wait. The highway stretched out like a ribbon of cracked gray beneath a dull sky, the kind that presses down on your shoulders without mercy. I'd planned a quick stop at the next rest area, mostly to stretch my legs and maybe grab a coffee. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the roadside, and the temperature had dropped just enough to make the heat inside the car feel thicker, almost sticky. I rubbed at the back of my neck, noticing the faint sheen of sweat. The kind of sweat you get when you're not quite sure if you're tired, thirsty, or just plain restless. The sign appeared suddenly, a weathered green rectangle with peeling paint, announcing Midway Rest Stop. It looked like one of those places that hadn't seen more than a fresh coat of paint in decades. I pulled in, tires crunching over gravel, and the car came to a stop near the lone building. The rest stop was smaller than I expected. A single-story brick structure with a flat roof stained by years of rain. A few picnic tables sat under a scraggly canopy of dying leaves. The scent of diesel hung faintly in the air, cold and heavy with silence, mixed with something else, something metallic and faintly sour. I couldn't place it. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered sporadically, buzzing in a way that made the space feel less welcoming, more mechanical. I noticed a faint hum of a ventilation fan somewhere near the ceiling, but it did little to circulate the stale air. I found the vending machines first, one for snacks, another for drinks. The cold soda felt like a small relief as I cracked open a bottle, the sharp hiss of carbonation filling the quiet. I glanced around the room. The walls were a bland beige, decorated with faded posters about highway safety and local attractions. A wall clock hung above the door, a simple analog face with black hands and numbers. I looked up at it and frowned. The minute hand was stuck, frozen at 4:17. Odd. I glanced over to another clock on the far wall. That one read 3:05. Then another clock near the restrooms read 4:59. I shook my head, a little annoyed. Great, I muttered. Which one's right? I stepped closer to the clock by the door and tapped the glass. Nothing. Stubborn. The restroom was cramped and smelled faintly of bleach and damp plaster. The tiles underfoot were cracked, and the mirror above the sink was smudged with streaks I could only guess were from careless hands. I splashed cold water on my face, the sharp chill a welcome jolt. When I looked up again, the clock over the sinks read 4:17, the same as the one by the door. But the clock outside the restroom still said 4:59. The discrepancy nagged at me, a small but insistent itch in the back of my mind. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. The rest stop was far enough from any town that even a text message was a lost cause. I sighed, leaning against the cool tile wall and letting my eyes wander. A man entered the restroom, nodding briefly in my direction. He looked tired, shoulders slumped, but he didn't say anything. Just a quick, almost automatic nod, like he was trying to avoid drawing attention. I followed him out, curious despite myself. He disappeared outside, but not before I noticed the same odd metallic scent clinging to the air around him. Back in the main room, I sat down at one of the wooden picnic tables just inside the door. The wood was rough and splintered in places, the varnish long since worn away by sun and rain. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Time passed, or did it? I glanced back at the clocks. The one over the door still read 4:17. The one near the vending machines, 3:05. And the one by the restrooms, 4:17 again. I tried to shake off the unease creeping in my chest. Maybe they were just broken. Old clocks, poorly maintained. That was the simplest explanation. But then I noticed something else, something almost imperceptible. The other travelers. There were a handful of them scattered around, but none of them seemed quite right. Their movements were slow, almost hesitant, as if they were unsure of where to be or what to do. A woman sat alone in a corner, her fingers tapping nervously against a paper cup. A young man stood near the vending machines, eyes darting around with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I caught myself watching them a little too closely, felt a flush rise to my cheeks. I'm nosy by nature, but this was different. I tried to start a conversation with the woman, something simple about the weather or the road, but she gave short answers and avoided eye contact. The young man didn't respond at all. I nodded at him. I was about to leave when the flickering light overhead dimmed suddenly, plunging the room into a murky half-darkness. The hum of the fan slowed, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. My skin prickled. The metallic scent was stronger now, almost sharp enough to taste. I glanced at the door clock once more. The hands had moved. Not forward. Backward. 4:17. 3:59. 3:05. I blinked, heart pounding. I wasn't imagining it. The clocks had been rewinding, or at least one had. I stood up quickly, the wooden floor creaking beneath my feet. The unease that had been simmering beneath the surface now boiled into something sharper, something that made me want to get back in the car and drive until I couldn't see the rest stop in my rearview mirror anymore. But something held me back, curiosity, or maybe stubbornness. I wandered toward the vending machines again, trying to steady my breathing. The metallic scent lingered like a shadow at the edge of my awareness. And then I saw it. A small piece of paper taped behind the glass of the snack machine. It was folded carefully, edges worn, but I could just make out the writing in faint, hurried script. Don't trust the clocks. My hands trembled as I pulled the paper free, the thin adhesive peeling away with a soft, sticky sound. What was going on here? I swallowed hard, the dry air suddenly feeling colder, the rest stopped less like a refuge and more like a trap. I looked around again. The travelers. The clocks. The scent. The strange note. Something was very wrong at Midway rest stop. And I was right in the middle of it. The note burned in my pocket like a secret I wasn't ready to share. I glanced up at the nearest clock on the wall. It read 11:47 p.m. Again. Exactly the same time as before. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I'd misread it, but no. The second hand wasn't moving. It was frozen, stuck. My throat tightened. Was this what the note meant? The clocks weren't just wrong, they were deliberately stopped or slowed down. There had to be a pattern. A reason. I forced myself to take a few deep breaths, the air tasting dusty but sharp. The rest stop was mostly empty now, save for a few cars parked haphazardly along the dim lot. No one else seemed to notice the clocks, or maybe they did and didn't care. Or worse, were they part of it? I caught sight of a man sitting alone at one of the plastic picnic tables outside. His jacket was too heavy for the night's mild chill, and he kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone or something to show up. His skin looked pale under the flickering streetlight, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. He was chewing gum loudly, the pop of it echoing in the stillness. I decided to approach him, more out of desperation than anything else. Maybe he knew something. Maybe he was just another traveler, like me, caught in whatever this place was. I swallowed hard and walked toward the table, my footsteps uneven against the cracked concrete. "Hey," I said, voice low, tearful. "Do you know what time it really is?" He looked up, startled. His eyes were sharp but tired. "Who cares?" he muttered, then glanced at the building's clock. "That thing's broken again. Been like that for days." Days? The word felt heavier than I expected. "You've been here that long?" He nodded slowly, chewing his gum. "Waiting. Trying to get out. But they keep messing with the place. The clocks, the cameras, even the speakers sometimes. It's like they want us all to lose track." "Who's they?" I pressed, leaning closer. His eyes darted toward the parking lot, then back to me. "No one official. Not cops or anything. Just people. People who run this place when no one's watching. You're not the first to notice the clocks." His voice dropped. "You're lucky you found that note." I swallowed again, the dry taste making me cough. "What do you mean? What happens here?" He hesitated, then sighed. "They pick the ones who get too confused. You don't remember time, you drift. They take you somewhere nobody finds you. It's not pretty." I blinked, trying to keep my stomach from turning over. "Take me where?" He shrugged, the gum snapping between his teeth. "Don't know exactly. Heard stories, though. People disappearing, never seen again. Rumors say it's about organs. Harvesting. That they prey on people who can't hold on to time." My heart hammered. The idea sounded insane, but the cold sweat on my back told me it wasn't just paranoia. "Why? Who would do that?" He shook his head. "I don't know names. Just shadows. They move in the cracks. You've seen the cameras? Half of them point nowhere, the rest. They're watching us, but not really. Just enough to keep us scared and confused." I wanted to argue, to say this was ridiculous, but the eerie stillness of the rest stop, the frozen clocks, the strange metallic smell that never quite went away, it all made sense in a terrifying way. "Listen," he said, voice dropping lower, "if you want to get out, keep your head. Watch the clocks like a hawk. When they stop, don't move. Just wait it out. They're looking for people who get desperate, who lose themselves." I nodded, though my hands trembled. He wasn't offering comfort, just a set of rules I wasn't sure I could follow. "What's your name?" I asked, hoping for some human connection. "Call me Sam." He smiled faintly, a tired, broken smile. "You?" "Jess." "Jess," he repeated, like tasting the name in his mouth. "You're smart. You'll figure it out. Just don't trust anything in this place. Especially the clocks." The lights flickered again, and a low hum buzzed through the air vents, making my skin prickle. I glanced back inside the building. The place felt even darker now, like it had swallowed the night whole. My eyes caught another clock near the entrance. It wasn't frozen but running backwards. I blinked. No! I rubbed my eyes again. It was definitely moving counterclockwise. My breath caught. I had to know more. Had to find out what was really going on. Sam, I said, do you know if there are cameras inside? Like hidden ones? He glanced around nervously, then nodded. Yeah, but they're not what you think. They don't record. They watch for people who get too curious. You poke around too much, they'll come talk to you. Talk? Like who? His jaw tightened. The folks who run this joint. They don't like questions. I swallowed. The rest stop was no longer just a place to rest. It was a trap, a maze with invisible walls. And I was already caught inside. What about the staff? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Are they in on it? Sam shook his head. Most of them don't know. They're just not employees. The real power comes from people you don't see. They work in shifts, always changing faces. They keep the clocks going wrong, keep us disoriented. How do they get people out? I needed to know. If they don't want anyone to leave, why let people in at all? Because people come looking for shelter. For a break. And once you're inside, it's easier to make you forget. Sam's eyes darkened. They don't want bodies wandering off. They want ones easy to control. I shivered. The night air tasted colder now, sharper, like it was testing my resolve. So what if I just leave? Drive away? I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. Sam's expression hardened. You think it's that simple? The moment you believe the clocks, your own sense of time, you're already lost. You'll keep circling back here. You won't know how or why. Like a dream you can't wake from. That hit me harder than I expected. I'd felt it earlier, that strange pull, the fog in my mind that made hours slip away unnoticed. Maybe Sam was right. Maybe the clocks were the key to everything. I looked back toward the snack machine. The note still lay folded where I'd left it. I pulled it out again, tracing the jagged letters with my finger. Don't trust the clocks. But if I couldn't trust time itself, then what could I trust? A sudden noise made me jump, a low thud from inside the building, followed by the faint scrape of a chair. My pulse quickened. Sam tensed beside me. Someone's inside, I whispered. He nodded. You're not supposed to be out here. They don't like surprises. The streetlight flickered violently, then went dark. The rest stop was plunged into near total blackness, save for the faint glow of a few dashboard lights in the parking lot. I swallowed hard, the cold now biting through my jacket. My fingers were numb, but I gripped the note tighter. We need to move, Sam said, voice urgent but low. Before they decide you're a problem. I didn't argue. Together, we slipped quietly toward my car, shadows stretching long and strange under the moonless sky. But even as I climbed inside and started the engine, that steady, unyielding feeling returned. The clocks were watching, and the night was far from over. The noise came again, something heavier this time, like a box dropped carelessly against the far wall. My throat went dry. Sam's eyes flicked toward the door, sharp and alert, but his body stayed still, refusing to give away a sound. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremor running down my spine. We were trapped in this place, tangled in its rules, and the rules were changing fast. You hear that? I whispered. My voice barely cracked the silence. Sam nodded, voice low. They're moving through the back rooms. Probably checking the cameras. We don't want to be found. I glanced back at the note in my hand, don't trust the clocks. Words that felt heavier now, like a warning carved into my skin. The clocks weren't just messing with my head anymore. They were a cage, and we'd stepped inside without knowing how deep it went. My watch, my phone, the big wall clock by the vending machines, I caught them all ticking wrong, all out of sync, like some cruel game where time was the prize and I was losing. I don't get it, I muttered. Why mess with the clocks? Why confuse people? Sam's jaw clenched. Because confusion keeps you here. When you don't know what time it is, you can't leave. You lose your bearings. You start making mistakes, trusting people you shouldn't. He glanced toward the hallway, voice dropping further. They're not just stealing organs. They're stealing your sense of reality first. That hit harder than I expected. The idea that this whole place wasn't just a stop on a long highway but a trap designed to unravel you piece by piece was sickening. My stomach twisted. My fingers gripped the note tighter, crinkling the paper. A soft thud echoed again, closer this time. I looked over at Sam. We need a plan. He shook his head. No plan. Not yet. First, we figure out what they want with us. Then, maybe, we find a way out. His eyes met mine, steady, but wary. I couldn't breathe right. The air felt thick, stale with a mix of cheap coffee and something metallic like rust or old blood. My ears caught the distant hum of the highway, but it seemed too far away, like a dream I couldn't reach. I tried to focus on the sensations, the scratch of rough plaster under my fingertips, the sticky residue on the vending machine's buttons, but everything felt wrong. Off. Suddenly, the door to the rest stop creaked open. A man stepped inside, tall and broad-shouldered, his face half hidden in shadow. His eyes scanned the room slowly, like he was searching for something or someone. I froze. Sam's hand brushed my arm, a silent warning. Stay calm, he whispered. The man moved with a casual confidence, but there was something cold in the way he looked at us. He stopped near the snack machine, bending to pick up the note I'd dropped earlier. Don't trust the clocks, he said, reading the words aloud. His voice was low, but it carried a threat I couldn't ignore. Funny advice. If you don't trust the clocks, you don't trust us. My heart hammered. Who are you? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled, something tight and unkind. Just someone who makes sure the rest stop runs smoothly. You've been asking questions. He held up the note between thumb and finger. That's a dangerous habit here. Sam stepped forward, blocking my view. We're just travelers. Lost. Trying to make sense of a bad situation. The man's gaze flicked to Sam, then back to me. You've already lost more than you know. Time here isn't what you think. It's a currency. And you're about to spend more than you can afford. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry as sandpaper. What do you mean? He laughed softly, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. You don't remember the last time you checked the clocks, do you? How long you've been here? That confusion? That fog? It's all part of the process. He tilted his head. We made sure you lose track of time. That way, you stick around. And once you're stuck, you become valuable. Valuable? The word tasted bitter. I glanced at Sam, who looked grim. His eyes never left the man. The man's smile faded. You're worth more than you realize. To the right people. He paused, then added with a cold finality, there's no walking away from this anymore. Not now. My hands shook. The room seemed to close in, the cheap fluorescent lights flickering overhead like they were struggling to stay alive. I tried to think flashbacks to the hours I'd lost, the strange loops I'd fallen into. The way the clocks had betrayed me made me dizzy and unsure. I thought I could outsmart it, leave. but now it felt like a noose tightening around my neck. Why? I whispered. Why do this to people? The man shrugged, like it was nothing more than a daily chore. Because people like you come here, tired and confused. Easy to catch. Easy to control. And there's always demand. Demand. The word echoed inside my head, louder than the humming highway, the flickering lights, the man's cold stare. It wasn't just a rest stop. It was a marketplace. A dark, twisted trade hidden behind the facade of coffee and vending machines. Sam's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. You're going to help me find a way out. Or at least give me a chance. The man's eyes narrowed. I'm not here to help anyone. You're part of the system now. Your choice was made the moment you stopped trusting the clocks. You stepped into the web. I looked down at the note again, now crumpled and damp with sweat. The words weren't just a warning, they were a line in the sand. I'd crossed it without knowing. There was no going back. The man turned, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. Sam exhaled slowly, rubbing his forehead. They're watching us. Every move. Every breath. I nodded, the weight settling deep in my chest. The clocks were wrong. Time was a trap. And now, we were caught in something far bigger than either of us could have imagined. We keep moving, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Sam gave a grim smile. Point of no return, huh? Looks like we're past it. Outside, the highway lights blinked distant and cold. The rest stop's windows reflected a broken world. And inside, the hands of every clock ticked in unison, counting down. The silence stretched out between us like a taut wire ready to snap. Sam's words still hung in the stale air. They're watching us. Every move. Every breath. It wasn't paranoia. It was fact. I could almost feel ice cold, calculating, tracking our steps through the dim corridors of that forsaken rest stop. We kept moving, the phrase as much a promise to myself as it was a plan. Every footstep against the cracked linoleum floor echoed louder than it should have. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered intermittently, casting long, jittery shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry, the stale scent of burnt coffee and industrial cleaner filling my nostrils. Sam led the way with a cautious urgency, glancing over his shoulder now and then. We need to find the maintenance room, he whispered, voice rough from disuse or maybe fear. If the clocks are rigged, that's where they'd hide whatever controls them. His breath came out in quick puffs. That's also where we might find a way to contact someone outside. I nodded, trying to steady my own racing thoughts. The note, the crumpled, sweat-stained note in my pocket, felt like a weight pressing against my ribs. Words carved into paper, but floating like a threat. You stepped into the web. No turning back. The hallway narrowed. The peeling paint and flickering bulbs gave the place the look of a building long abandoned, but the security cameras blinking red told me otherwise. Someone had been expecting us. Or at least watching. A sudden metallic clank echoed behind us. I spun around, heart thudding so hard it nearly drowned out everything else. Nothing. Just a loose panel swinging on its hinges. My hands trembled, and I caught a glimpse of Sam's pale face in the half-light. It's okay, he said, voice low, but his eyes betrayed him wide, alert, searching. They want us to hear that. We moved faster now, the corridor ending in a heavy door painted a faded gray. The sign above read maintenance in peeling letters. Sam pulled a bent metal rod from his jacket pocket, the kind of thing you find discarded in places like this. I'm not proud of this, he muttered, jabbing it into the lock. The mechanism clicked open with a satisfying snap. Inside, the air was cooler, tinged with the sharp tang of oil and rust. Pipes ran along the ceiling, dripping water into grimy buckets below. A bank of monitors flickered to life as we stepped in, dozens of screens showing different angles of the rest stop, the gas pumps, the vending area, the bathrooms, every inch under surveillance. And then we saw it. A small panel beneath the biggest clock monitor was open, wires trailing out like veins. Sam crouched, fingers moving quickly over the mess of circuits. "This is it," he whispered. "They're syncing all the clocks here, messing with the timers to confuse people. Make them lose track of time so they don't realize how long they've been here." I shivered, the cold seeping into my bones. Why? Why would they do that? Sam didn't look up. His voice was grim. To keep them disoriented. Vulnerable. Easier to control. He glanced at me, eyes dark and tired. You and me were not the first. And unless we get out, we won't be the last. The weight of that settled on me like a stone. The rest stop wasn't just a trap, it was a factory, assembling helpless travelers into something. I didn't want to think about it. But I had to. Do you have a plan? I asked, voice barely audible over the hum of the machines. Sam hesitated, then nodded. We're going to disable the system. It'll reset the clocks to real time, hopefully throwing their whole operation into chaos. But it won't be easy. There's a backup generator, and it's guarded. I swallowed again, the metallic taste of fear rising. Guarded how? By people. Watchers. They don't carry tool, at least not the kind you'd expect. They use control, intimidation. Cameras everywhere. If they catch us tampering with anything, they'll come down on us fast. I thought about the man from before, the one who said, "You're part of the system now." The way he walked away like we were insects under his boot. The trap tightening around me. I wanted to ask Sam if there was any way to fight back without escalating things, but the urgency in his face stopped me. Suddenly, a soft noise, a barely perceptible click, made me freeze. Sam's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. Did you hear that? We both pressed ourselves against the wall, breath shallow. The door to the maintenance room creaked open slowly. A figure slipped inside, moving with deliberate calm. The flickering light caught a badge clipped to his shirt, a uniform, but not police. More like security, or enforcers of the rest stop's dark rules. I swallowed hard. My hands slick with sweat. I felt the note in my pocket crumple again. The man scanned the room, eyes sharp and unblinking. He stopped just short of us, and then he spoke, voice low but firm. You really think you can undo this? Reset the clocks and walk away? It doesn't work like that. They own this place. Time's their tool. And you're just a pawn. Sam's jaw clenched, but he didn't respond. I wanted to say something, anything, but my voice caught in my throat. The man took a step forward, the faint leather scent of his coat mingling with the sterile air. The whole operation depends on people like you losing track of time. Once you're caught in the web, it's not about escape. It's about compliance. Cooperation. Or you disappear. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I forced myself to meet the man's gaze. We're not going to disappear, I said, voice firmer than I expected. He smiled then, but it was all teeth and no warmth. Bold. Brave. Foolish. He looked past us, then back. But you're running out of choices. As he turned and left, the door clicking shut behind him, Sam exhaled sharply. We have maybe an hour before they notice the system's offline. If we don't move fast, it's over. An hour. That was all the time we had to dismantle the rest stop's twisted clockwork and find a way out before the hunters closed in. I glanced back toward the monitors, the faces of other travelers frozen in grainy black and white. People who had vanished without a trace. The weight of their silence pressed down on me. We're not just fighting for ourselves, I said, voice steady despite the tremble in my hands. Night had slipped silently into the town, cloaking everything in a stillness that felt almost alive. Sam nodded. Then let's get to work. The lights flickered again, shadows stretching like fingers across the room. Outside, the rest stop waited. Patient. Merciless. And time was running out. The silence in the control room was almost deafening once we cut the power to the clock system. No more ticking, no more deceptive chimes echoing in the stale air. Just the faint hum of the night settling in around us and the distant rumble of tires on the highway. Sam's eyes darted between the monitors, searching for any sign that the others might have noticed the blackout. I stared at the grainy faces frozen on screen, the lost travelers caught in the same cruel net I'd almost been trapped in. We don't have long, Sam said quietly, voice barely above a whisper. They'll come looking for the glitch. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The man with the cold smile, who had come to think of as the orchestrator, wasn't the only one involved, and these people wouldn't hesitate to use anyone, including those caught in the web, to keep their secret. People slipping away in the dead of night, never to be seen again. It wasn't some urban legend, it was a business. A dark, twisted one. We moved quickly, but carefully. The hallway outside was dim, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickering like a faulty bulb that might give away our presence at any moment. I kept my hands close to my sides, trying not to make a sound. My skin prickled with every creak and groan the building made, as if it had been waiting all these years to swallow us whole. Over here, Sam whispered, pulling me toward a narrow service door tucked behind a vending machine. I hadn't noticed it before. It was almost like the rest stop itself was designed to disorient not just time, but space. A maze of corridors and hidden rooms. The door opened into a cramped storage closet, shelves lined with cleaning supplies and old maintenance logs. Sam rifled through the papers, pulling out a folder thick with yellowed pages, wire-bound and fragile. This is it, he said, his voice trembling. Records of shipments, schedules, names. All the people who were processed here. I swallowed hard, the weight of what I was holding suddenly crushing my chest. The handwriting was neat, clinical. No emotion. Just numbers and dates and destinations. The same kind of cold efficiency you'd expect from a factory. Except the product was human. I looked up at Sam, who was biting his lip, eyes fixed on the documents. We have to get this to someone, he said. Law enforcement, media, anyone who can stop this. I nodded, but my throat went dry. What if they'd been bought off? What if the rest stop was too far off the grid, too easy to disappear into? The idea made my hands tremble. But I couldn't let that stop me. Not after what I'd seen. Outside, the faint tap of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Neither of us moved. The sound grew closer, deliberate and slow, like a predator savoring the chase. I pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering so loudly I was sure whoever was coming would hear it. The door creaked open just a crack. A pale face appeared. The same man with the cold smile. Looking for me? He said, voice smooth, dripping with menace. I was wondering how long you'd last. Sam stepped forward, the folder clutched tightly in his hands. You're done. This ends tonight. The man's smile widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. You think shutting down a few clocks will stop this? You don't understand. He gestured vaguely to the building around us. The system is bigger than you. Bigger than me. It's everywhere. And it thrives on people like you, curious, stubborn, foolish. I could feel the heat rising in my face, a mixture of anger and something darker, helplessness. But then, something inside me shifted. The fear I carried since I first stepped foot in that rest stop began to fade. I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was a witness. And witnesses have power. I'm not afraid, I said, voice low but steady. And neither is he. I nodded towards Sam. The man laughed, but it was hollow. Bold words. But boldness doesn't change the truth. He stepped back, eyes scanning the hallway as if calculating his next move. Then, without another word, he slipped away, disappearing into the shadows. We waited, breaths shallow and quick, until the silence returned. Then Sam exhaled slowly and looked at me. We have to move. Now! Outside the building, the night air was sharp, carrying the scent of pine and gasoline. The rest stop's neon sign buzzed faintly, casting an eerie glow over the empty parking lot. I realized my hands were still trembling, but there was something else to resolve. We drove away in near silence, leaving behind the place that had warped time and stolen lives. The road stretched out, endless and unforgiving under the moonlight. I kept glancing at the folder on the passenger seat, a heavy reminder of everything we'd uncovered. The next morning, I sat in a small diner miles from that place, the smell of burnt coffee and frying bacon filling the cramped space. I watched the clock on the wall, its hands steady and true. Time, at last, felt real again. Sam was across from me, nursing a cup of coffee, eyes distant. We're going to send the files to a journalist I know, he said. Someone who won't look away. I nodded, feeling the exhaustion settle deep in my bones. And what about us? After this? He shrugged, a sad smile flickering. We're not the same people who walked into that rest stop. We carry it now. The truth. And maybe that's enough. I traced the rim of my coffee cup, the warmth steady against my cold fingers. The world outside the window looked ordinary, but I knew better. The rest stop was just one thread in a larger, darker fabric. A place where time was stolen and people were lost. But we had pulled back the curtain. We had names, evidence, and a chance to stop the machinery. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, the clocks were still ticking, quiet, deliberate, counting down to the next victim. I looked at Sam, and for the first time since that night, I allowed myself to hope. Not because the nightmare was over, but because we had fought back. Because sometimes, surviving meant carrying the weight of the unspeakable and refusing to let it define you. The road ahead was uncertain. I didn't know what scars I'd wake up with tomorrow. But I knew this, I wasn't going to disappear. Not this time.